Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome to another edition of Some Extra Sauce. We do our thing over here. We about to have a good time tonight. You know why? Because we promised it, and we need to have a good time, man. This is just one of those days, man. One of those weeks where you need to be in a space where you can have yourself a good damn time, and that's exactly what we plan on doing here tonight. Of course, we're gonna get all the way into the Bears conversation. We're gonna reminisce about that game a little bit. We're going to probably rant and rave a little bit, just like you all are. But more importantly, we're going to have a good time, man, and be a community like we're supposed to be and cheer for each other, man. We're going to have a real good time tonight, man. Got some football conversation, of course, like we always do every week with the show, and also some other stuff that we got planned for you all. We're going to have some different conversations like we always do on the Nomad Network on this show in particular, man. It's going to be fun. We just telling you guys right now, man, just open your minds and be ready to have a good time. And that's what we're here for. Crack something open, pour something, get you some snacks, do whatever you need to do, man. But sit down, buckle in, and just have yourself a good time. Looping it over there to Canada with the sticky maple syrup fingers and see what he does with
it. It's Wednesday night, and it's Extra Sauce. Thanks for coming through to join us. And, man, been a rough couple of weeks in football, but nonetheless, we're here to get down. We'll chop it up a little bit about it. We'll take a look forward towards them Dallas Cowboys, and hopefully we'll get the hell off of the football conversation today because it's been, like I said, it's been a little bit sore, for lack of a better thing to say. You know what I'm saying? But I'll give y'all a little bit of love for giving us love. Big shout outs to my guy, it's Crimson out there in the chat. But big shout outs to MVP JD5. He's not feeling Ryan Poles, and I got to give him props for being the first one in the chat. By all means, man, you should be a super no maniac like my guy FFG style is. Shout out to the man, the one, the only FFG. Big shout outs to my guy, the good minister Charles Johnson and Cloud Chasers Radio. All three are super no maniacs. One more time, you should be too. And guess what, y'all? We're doing some really cool stuff with the whole no maniac, super no maniac world. We're really putting in some extra time, a little extra sauce, if you will. We're adding some extra sauce into what those memberships mean, how they're going to work out and shake out for each one of you guys as we move forward into this NFL season and beyond. And I'm really starting to get excited with what we're doing. One more time, big shout out to It's Crimson out there in the chat because he kind of pointed us into an interesting direction. And now, the seeds of love are blooming. So I'm seeing some really cool stuff behind the scene, and I can't wait to actually share some of that with you. But I know how to hold my cards close to the vest.
Hey, by the way, though, kids, just for the record, so everybody out there that's listening and watching the show knows how hard it is to get you kind of excited about anything. that guy is not very excitable, and he's more excited than I'm used to seeing him, man. I'm just gonna say that. So just if that tells you, if that's any kind of indicator for you all, trust me, we're putting in some work. Shout out to It's Crimson, you dig, man. Everybody tip your hat to him because little do you know, by this time next week, I believe we'll have some good surprises for you.
See, he loves to put timelines on stuff. So we'll get there when we get there. I think next week is probably a good look, but we have some real work ahead of us to give you guys the type of experience that I think you all deserve. And like I say, I think we're on to something here. Yeah, Crimson saying it's coming, and it is no Diddy, as my man underneath me would probably say. But there's some really cool stuff that we can do. And like I said, I can't wait to unveil some of that for you folks out there, man, because I think it's really gonna pull this community a little bit closer together and allow you to support us in a few different ways, but more importantly, allow us to provide content to you all that we kind of have been hinting at over the course of the last couple of years, and soft pitching and just sort of testing the waters with. And I think this will really allow us to segment off some of these cool conversations that we've been having, whether that's in respect to music or the end of the damn world, or whether the earth is flat or not, or whether there's aliens or not, or just good old music conversations, or Chicago Bears football, right? Like fantasy football, you name it. Those are the general conversations we've been having, barring good old home cooked meals with my man Triple R and the chef.
Food
right?
Treats. We're already a tight ass community. Just know what's about to happen is going, like he said, it's going to tighten us up even. We're going to thread up even tighter now. You just watch.
I can't wait to, like I said, can't wait till we were able to really unveil what we've been cooking up, and when we do, we really want all of y'all to be a part of it. So by all means, get your phone out, do the scan thing, and make your selection. Whether you're a No Maniac or a Super No Maniac, there will be levels of additional content available to you, as well as access to some discounting on the website for gear and merchandise. That being said, that's how you become a Super No Maniac. We try to make things super easy for you, because for the most part, doing it on your phone has been a bit of a challenge. So this should be able to get you to where you need to get to, and go at it. Get yourself a membership, and let's rock.
And by the way, it'll never. We're going trying to make sure that everybody gets a chance to make this chat green and gets a chance for this next level of the stuff we're about to do, this next level of content we're about to do. It'll never get as easy as it is right now to become a member, so you can have straight up total access to what we're doing over there. There'll be so many doors you can go into, so much different kinds of content. It's going to be content over there that you guys are going to love. So grab yourself a membership. Turn this damn chat room into a green chat room tonight, man. I'm telling you all, I don't talk out of my backside. I'm telling you, he doesn't either. Kez doesn't either. And he's telling you right. Grab a membership now. It's only $1. This is the best thing we can tell you. If you can't afford the $5, get yourself a $1 membership. And I'm telling you, you're gonna be thankful you did it. I'm just gonna tell you that.
You'll see what you get for it, and then you'll see what the other folks are getting, and you're going to want to spend your $5. But that being said, he's right though. I don't get excited about anything. I wish he was BSing y'all. I'm just not that guy. So if I'm saying it, I'm excited, and I think some cool stuff is coming. Some cool stuff is coming. Anyways, man, let me give a shout out to number 2 No Maniac, Cornelius Squalls out there in the midst. A big shout out to ATF, who's been with us for the last couple of weeks, holding strong. ATF, big ups to you, but bigger big ups to my guy underneath me, Triple R, Sports Chicago style. What it do, my brother? What are you saying, man?
What's happening, everyone? Big up to Nomad, to Keds the Canucks, to It's Crimson, you motherfucking dig, and all of the No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs, and potential that are out there watching. Shout out to Coach Trippin, Chef Trips, and the man himself, Trip, and all of the content that we got going on at Sports Chicago Style. If you have not seen the weekly pregame or previews and the weekly post games, there have been 2 thus far, as we are approaching week 3, the Flus Revenge game. So make sure you are caught up on those. And
how's Coach tripping? He must be losing it.
You got to check the post game video.
I'm gonna have to check it out. I missed it. I'm gonna have to check it out.
He had some words to share.
I'm sure. I can see him busting a gasket.
for everyone on the team. He mentioned something about his breathing exercises and they wasn't working. So yeah, he was mentioning his coping mechanisms and skills that he has learned, but they weren't taken all the way.
They weren't working.
Yeah. but a shout out to
okay, FFG got that Grey Goose and cream watermelon.
Getting a little sip on us a little early.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chef Trey
somewhere,
who will be doing his thing on the MF in the Kitchen, I believe, next week on Extra Sauce, as it is the last Wednesday of the month. And his first video is dropping. It should have been earlier, but there was some kind of hold up or hassle with the editors. I don't know. I ain't in that. But it should be out tonight, and it's a Wendy's chili. A big pot of the franchise restaurant Wendy's, and they make the chili. You know, yeah, you've had that, right, Kez? Y'all got Wendy's up there.
We do, and yes, I definitely had it. Say what?
You mess with the chili?
Come on now, man.
I mean, everybody don't mess with Wendy's chili. Everybody don't mess with other people's chili. Period. It's like not like it's like a taboo, man. It's like stuff like that, soups, chilies, and stuff like that. Not everybody goes to a place and gets it. They usually make it at home.
So I definitely make a badass chili now.
All right, what's in it?
First of all, not get it twisted.
What's in it?
What's in it?
What makes it so bad?
Beans, man. Beans. You gotta get your beans up in there. You don't just get, you can do your kidney beans, but you can dice it up and get your black beans in there, a little bit of chili beans, a little refried beans. You can just beans it up, but then you get a little bit of beef and pork, a little bit of both. Most importantly to me is then the peppers. I suggest a single Scotch bonnet pepper in that baby. Just one.
A whole one?
Well, yes. Don't chop it up. That's a mistake. You put a single Scotch bonnet pepper in there. You can put banana peppers in there too, but a single Scotch bonnet pepper, and you have to wait until it bursts. All right. When it bursts, you need to get it the F out of the chili, like within maybe a minute or two. You don't want it sitting in there too long. But when it bursts, absolute heat is coming through. Oh boy, you got yourself some flavorful, spicy chili, y'all. Trust me.
You're just watching a boiling pot of chili into a bonnet pepper bust.
You better watch it now.
Yeah, it doesn't take that long.
You better watch it now. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm giving you this is professional advice I'm giving you. If you want to eat the chili, you're gonna watch it. All right.
Well, but here's the thing though. Kez is talking about watching it so that chili doesn't, it bursts, so it gives a little bit of that chili hotness up in there. But if you leave it in there, you ain't gonna be able to eat that because it's gonna be too peppery.
It's gonna be so hot.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? See what Squall says? I make my own chili.
Well, but that's the thing though. Chili's like everybody has their own recipe, if you will, that they've honed over the course of time. But there are many different ways to make different kinds of chilies. There is not a chili that, well, if you don't make it like this, you're making it wrong. Like the Wendy's chili.
Oh,
it has the
don't say that to a Latino now. Like a Latino will tell you a little bit different. My boy's from El Salvador, and he's like, no, you can't do it like, you know what I mean? This is chili, and he's very specific about it. Rest in peace to my homeboy Carlos, man. My boy Carlos, big Raiders fan, used to come by every time Bears and Raiders play, and he make me some badass chili. But real talk, my chili's better than his chili.
Well, but the thing is, like the Wendy's chili, all it is pinto beans, kidney beans, diced tomatoes, cumin, chili powder, a little Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, you put Worcestershire in there,
and that's
never would have thought.
Because they're all those little ingredients that I was like, a little splash of this, a little teaspoon of that, a little pinch of this.
So everything you said, everything you said is in my chili, right? There's
Mhm.
definitely some cumin in there. You get yourself some chili powder in there as well, some chili peppers as well for just a little bit of the right flavor profile. Um, some chives, man, some green onions.
Well, but now you're talking about the after condiments, your toppings, and now
Oh
if
no,
you want to,
I put it right in, man.
oh, you see that you
I don't
gotta
top
gotta
myself.
keep it. Well, also in there is celery and green pepper.
Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah.
And so that's
I put both of that.
yeah. But the toppings that I was talking about, like instead of chives, like you got the toppings of oyster
What about
crackers
what about
or
carrots? You put
saltines.
carrots in yours?
No,
No.
oyster
Okay.
crackers, no, saltines,
I might.
shredded cheese, sour cream, and diced onions. And these are the same toppings that back in the day you could get from the franchise when you went to order the chili, but sometimes they was ghetto and didn't have it all. And then sometimes you would get, like you were talking about, the extra spice, and where they had a little packet of extra spice that you could put in there and jazz it up. But yeah, I mean, there's many different ways to make spaghetti sauces, meatball sauces, chili sauces, chili sauce. There's just many different variations of the same thing. And now one ingredient that will go in, like not chili con carne, but chili, the chili that you put on the dogs, chili dogs.
Okay, yeah.
But it's like a cocoa powder.
Oh, you know what? Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what
I've
I mean?
heard
But
about
that's a different kind of chili, but it's still chili.
I don't know if it's really a different kind of chili, but
Well, it's different than you make.
it's different that's what I'm about to say. It's sort of like a different recipe of chili. I have heard about this cocoa powder, and now that you sort of liken it to like chili dog chili.
Yeah, it's a lot thicker. It's not as runny. It's a little bit bolder in flavor and taste and color, a little more robust, if you will.
It comes down to what kind of chili, what kind of palate do you have? Like, I'm less the guy with the sweet taste in chili. I don't like that.
It doesn't come off sweet though.
No, it doesn't.
If you put cocoa in it, it's going to come off a little sweet.
Well, but cocoa isn't sweet. It's bitter.
Yeah.
You would be real, and this is what I'm trying to say to you. You'd be really surprised because I've had it for sure, and I've also had it on a chili dog, and I just never put the two things together. But yeah, you'd be surprised with a little cocoa in there, the flavor profile of chili. It just gives a little bit of a different flavor profile, but it's not by no stretch of the imagination is it sweet
or desserty or anything like that. Because if you just do a little dab, a little freeze of the gums with a little cocoa powder, it's not sweet.
Yeah.
And so that flavor mixed in with the rest of the pot and all simmering together, it's a beautiful thing. So be on a watch for that as Chef Trips starts his brand new, owned by himself YouTube channel, Shea Trips with Chef Trips. Or you can go to the little @ Chef Trips. And that will be the first video going up, so watch out for it. And we can get more into recipes and food discussions there on the Discord, as Kez was alluding to earlier. But yeah, and then Sports Chicago style, please subscribe. Much appreciated.
Hey, by the way, Trips, make sure you remind me at some point later on to bring up soups and chilies, because we're leaning into that season right as we speak. It's gonna be a lot of that going on this. Huh?
Oh man, because you pushed me into winter already.
I'm ready too. I'm ready for it, bro. I'm always ready.
I could live a long time if I never saw snow again in my life. It'd be a good year if I could avoid winter. I gotta get the hell out of Canada. Anyways, continue on.
No, I mean, I just, this is that time of year. It's a good fuzzy time of year for me. It's fall. I like the fall. I like Halloween. I love Halloween. I love that time of year, that 30 days of Halloween, all the movies that I love to watch. And it's always going to be a multitude of good stuff to watch during this time of year. while we got Bears stuff going on, when I want to take a break from everything Bears related and life, man, it's just so much stuff to watch. I just watched the Wolfman movie the other day, and I was just loving it, man.
Werewolf of London.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that again. American Werewolf in London, classic. Somebody was just talking about that last week.
Saw werewolf of the Chinese food menu in his hand. It's a dope track, bro. I'm sorry. It's a dope ass song, man.
I love
He's like, what are y'all talking about? I'm talking about horror movies.
We're going into the fall. This is like the best time of year to me. And when the weather is starting to change, it's starting to, get a little that heat's dying off, and you're starting to, you can go strike up your fire pit and just go sit out in the yard and just chill out and be. It's just lovely to me, man. I love the seasons. That's the thing about Illinois that I missed while I was down in Georgia, man. Sometimes the seasons don't change, and you don't really. It's like an in-between, one of those in-between states where you don't really get all the 4 seasons. One year you might get every last one of them. And other years you don't know what the fuck season it is, man. And that was just throwing me off. I love getting every season here in Illinois, man. So that's a treat for me every single year. So I love the fall, man. I don't know about y'all.
Man, you're such an optimist, man. For me, it's unfortunate. Like I'm a fall baby, so like under normal pretenses, I would enjoy the fall, except at this point in my life, being in Canada for as long as I've been, fall just means winter it's like Game of Thrones and White Walkers are on their way. You know what I'm saying? Like that's basically where I am. And White Walkers gonna ruin my life for the next 8 to 9 months until finally the dragons come back and we good in the summertime. So I don't know, man. I have no. Like as we're speaking, I looked over to my phone. My phone popped up. Like my phone's on silent. I'm not even paying attention, but I just kind of looked over and it was like, oh, the weather forecast for the next 3 days, and it's like we're headed in this direction already. Ain't no stopping it, man. So what can you do?
Yeah, I'm not a fall guy, Halloween guy. I could give a shit. It annoys me because much like kids now, I'm at the age where it's like all that winter, cold, snow and ice. It's like, man, I'll break a hip out here. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to be out here doing that stuff no more. Back in the day, cool. But now, like, nah. And then the cold just gets in your bones and you can't get warm. And you got to put on clothes. And I hate wearing clothes. I just hate it. And it's
he's wearing clothes right now, by the way. Just like
Lord,
I'm wearing a shirt right now. That's what, as far as you know.
Lord. Oh Lord. Why? Why?
But I will, I'll put on like the hoodie and the sweatpants and the socks and bundle up, keep the gas, man, and out your pocket. But yeah, it's like it just means it's gonna get cold, and then it's gonna just be cold for no damn reason.
What?
And then it's like, yay, summer coming. But I love football season, but I don't love the seasons, if you will, the mother nature of the coldness.
Yeah,
oh, man.
So it's like, and then Halloween stuff, I don't watch that shit anytime. And it's like the candy, I don't eat that shit no more anyway. And it's like, don't knock on my door. I ain't got shit for you. Don't come to my door.
You gotta tune into the season and like the brisk, the little breeze in the air, the little chill is starting to come over the night, the leaves on the ground and they rustle outside your window and outside your house, and all of that stuff. You gotta open up to what it can do to your psyche. But then we'll sit that to the side for a second because I gotta ask you guys this, and I'm gonna start with myself. I always ask you guys, how's life? What's been going on with you? I'll start with this one. Because my mother has been, she's been very, very excited, man. She's a property owner. She got many, many homes. I ain't gonna say many, many. She's got several of them. And, she's gotten into a place in her life where she can do that kind of thing and accrue properties and doing all that kind of stuff. And, for once she got this one, she wants to move in. She likes it so much. She likes the layout of the home, and she wants to. She's a fixer-upper type. She's she's a DIY type. She wants to rehab and renovate and do all.
She's too old for that shit, though.
Well, yeah, you try to tell her that she'll beat your ass, and I'll tell you,
try.
She'll try. Hey, She's dangerous. I'm just gonna tell you this.
Shit.
All I wanted to say is I'm proud of her because she's keeping her spirit going and she's doing what motivates her at this point in her life. And I'm happy to help her. It's a burden on me because I'm the son, the only one she's got, and I'm the boy. You know what I mean? She's gonna call on me for everything that needs to be done. And you know, I've gotten to the point where I'm learned to accept it and appreciate that I got a mama to call on. She can call on me.
Yeah.
You know? And so I just look at it that way.
Well, all right. It just reminds me of my cousin. Like, so me and my cousin work out every weekend now, and his mom and my auntie called up, and she's like, "Baby, I'm going to Jamaica. I'm going to Jamaica. I got a flight at 3 a.m. Sorry, my flight's really at 5 a.m, but I got to be at the airport at 3." And my cousin stopped and he was like, "So?" I couldn't stop laughing when he said it, man. And she's like, "So, are you going to take me to the airport or not?" And he was like, "Mama, I love you, but if you think I'm waking up at 3 a.m. to drop you to the airport, there's this magical thing called Uber." So he explains Uber. And the whole time I'm laughing, man. I'm like, "Man, dude, you're so mean to your mama, man." Like, I would definitely be waking up and taking my mom to the airport at 3 a.m. regardless as to what it is. Forget about it. But I was like, "Man, you so mean, man." You gotta take your mom, man. Anyways,
one of these days
she's taking an Uber to the airport this week. That's kind of how that all shook out. But you know, things
Well,
are.
that's the thing, though. It's very easy to take people for granted. You know, it's incredible that you get to our age and there's still, you know, people who have both of their parents. And it's like, wow.
Well,
You know, it's like when they're gone, it's like, you know, there's, I mean, you just got to go through it. But a lot of people haven't, and I'm not trying to force you to, but it's like one of those inevitable things, and that sucks. And so when I see, you know, people now with parents, it's like, oh, cool. But then it also reminds me just to appreciate people in my life, not necessarily just parents. So, you know, big up to everybody out there who's got loved ones. Just give them a holler, give them a text, give them a shout. You know what I mean?
Yeah. By the way, it's a very nice property she just bought. I went over there and saw it before she closed on it. It's one of those properties where somebody passed away. It's a nice house. You can tell it was well kept at one given time, but it's been empty and boarded up for the past couple of years. So there is a little work to do, but most of it is just, you know, stuff that you can do as a guy. Just go over there, spend a few hours and go over there and cut down all the foliage and shit that's been growing up over there, you know, all that kind of stuff, and just clear it out so she can actually see again what the property is supposed to look like. And I know that's going to open up her senses to really go hard on making sure she gets that MF the way she wants it. And I'm going to go over there and probably start doing that this weekend.
Man, I'm sorry to the chat that we're on this tip, man. But I'll give a little bit of love to some of the folks out there. But big shout outs to Dope 4046. Says, "Damn, I just happened to wake up that early this morning and took her to the airport. She's loving Buenos Aires. I got to. I'm an only son." So big shout out to you. And I feel just like King Booker, which is the next comment here. So my mom's passed away when I think I was 23 years old. And it was like that year was a bit of a blur for me. You know what I mean? It was just a blur. And in any event, man, I would give anything to talk to my mom one more time, just one more time. Crack a couple of jokes with that lady. She was an amazing human being, and I suspect everybody says the same thing about their mama. But you know, for my cousin did just lose his dad over the course of the last couple of years. So you would think you'd be a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? But I guess not. You were 25, Booker? There you go, man. Like right around the same age as me. It was rough, man. It was rough for me because I I literally had my first child, and then my mom passed away within weeks. So it was a very crazy transition for me in life. But the one thing that was positive that came out of it, and this is sort of right along the lines of where I was, is that I always had an estranged relationship with my father. And out of that came a whole new relationship with him, and we got really tight over the course of the next 10 years before he passed too. But anyhow, we on some like,
kids, you ever heard of
this kind of week, you know what I'm saying? So like, why not? Huh?
You ever heard of that song? I'll always love my mama.
Because she's my baby girl.
Ever heard that?
No, I never heard of one. No.
Oh,
You only get one. You only get
Tell me
one.
oh, that's
always
supposed to be your
love
MF and
my
jam. You go put that MF on when the show is over, and it's gonna, and your mama gonna be like, she's gonna be right there next to you.
Oh, this we
Who
all
made
good,
that,
man.
King? Because I know King know offhand.
I
And
wanna
I know. Cornelius knows.
I
It's not
understand.
the Temptations. It's not the Barcades. It's
it was a Motown group, I believe.
Mm.
Come on,
Who the
Minister.
hell was
Where you at when we need you, man? Who made that?
yeah, Minister.
Who? I'll always love my mama.
Me
Because
too, King, man.
she's my baby girl. Because you only get one. You only get one.
Yeah, he got it. If he ain't never heard that, you in for a treat.
Wait, they say the Intruders.
The Intruders. Shout
The
out to King.
Intruders. Oh,
Well,
well,
King knows what's up.
all right, I'll have to check that out. For me, I don't need something like that. My mom was such a musical human being that there are specific jams that I'm sorry, if I hear these jams, I have to kind of take a little bit of a time out to myself.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's
Emotion.
You know what I mean? Like to this day, I gotta like just give me a second, y'all.
Hey,
You know
kids,
that music, food, odors, all those things will elicit those long lost emotions. Like,
oh yeah.
like don't be someplace like if you lost your mom's or a relative or any relative, and you're someplace and you smell someone that's wearing their cologne or their perfume or something that reminds you of that person, and it's like, ooh, that take you aback for a few moments. You got to compose yourself.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Man. Hey, embrace them feelings, man.
You would
Embrace
never guess.
I respect you more as a man that's man enough to cry.
Oh, I'm not trying to do it in front of other people.
Oh,
you know
no,
what I mean? So I'll duck out. You'll see me duck out, but
I have cried in front of other men and shit. I've been vulnerable before. I respect men that can honor their feelings, man, because we got every range of them, every range of emotions in the world. We got them. It don't make you no punk. You don't make you weak. If you feel a certain way when you hear music and it reminds you of something, I hear all kinds of songs. Like to this day, I hear This Christmas by if I hear This Christmas by Bobby
Womack.
Come on, man, it's not Bobby Womack. This Christmas,
Bobby Blue Bland.
this Chris, I don't remember who sings that.
There's so many Bobbies.
Donny Hathaway, bro.
Donny Hathaway.
Oh, Donny Hathaway. Yeah, okay.
Bobby
Donny. I don't even know why, but it gets me every year.
Well, King's talking about Silent Night by the Temptations.
Ooh, okay.
You know what I mean? Just those songs that take you back to, when you was on mother's milk and in her lap and or doing whatever it was that you were doing, but music will do that to you every time. You just hear it.
Never believe the tracks. Like I couldn't even tell you. I could be like, what? Huh? And it's the craziest stuff, man. But anyways, let's
kids. People don't realize sometimes it's the hymn, like the notes that a singer might hit, and sometimes it's the tune or it's the note that whatever key somebody is playing in, whether it's a keyboard or whatever instrument somebody's playing in, it elicits emotions, man. It really does. I'm sometimes producing music by myself and I'll start making some shit and I'm just like, damn, why is that doing that to me? And I got to think about it. I'm just like, yeah, this is why it's this note, these notes that I'm layering together. And yeah, man, that's what music. That's why, to me, that's why music is beautiful, man. It touches every emotion that you may have inside you. You know, anger.
So to start out, it's like anything Patti LaBelle. If somehow I'm
Hey, Patty.
you know what I'm saying? If I'm hit by if there's some Patti LaBelle out there being played, it's over. Because like my mom sounds like Patti LaBelle. Like that was her singing voice. So it just hits me. But then there's other stuff. Like there's some reggae too. But the other stuff that gets me that's just crazy is like the 80s stuff, man. Because she went through a weird phase in the 80s where she was just rocking out and like basically she split up with my dad. She got divorced and was like, I'm just rocking out. I'm gonna lose weight. I'm gonna put a garbage bag on and work out and play rock music. And she would go crazy to like Billy Idol, man. So if I hear Billy Idol and I start crying in my car, it's got to be like the weirdest thing for somebody else to view. But like Rebel Yell Billy Idol,
It's a rebel, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
More.
I might be shedding a tear in my car. Just crazy tracks.
In the midnight hour.
Yeah. Rebel Yell, I gotta say, Prince, When Doves Cry, for sure. And the other one is Foreigner. Shit. What's a Foreigner track? Trip?
I'm familiar with him, but Foreigner.
I Want to Know What Love Is.
I want to know what love is.
Hate that song. Hate it.
I want you to show me.
Hate that song so much, but she used to love it. So when I hear it now, it's like, man. But
and we have no rights to that whack ass music Trip just sung.
Eyes without a face.
That's a great track, bro. Real talk. That whole album is banging, yo. Like, I don't care what anybody says. The whole album. Billy Idol, Eyes Without a Face as an album. Great album.
Hey, Cornelius, man, I could put on Sweet Thing right now and get into. I love that song, man. That guitar in there and her voice. To me, I don't give a damn what nobody say. I heard them all. That's the baddest female singer I have ever heard in my entire life.
She's something else.
She's a whole. Her and Stevie Wonder, man. Her and Stevie Wonder. They need monuments erected, straight up. Both of them. They just
Stevie Wonder is what like he's. I don't know what anybody how anybody could say anything about anybody but Stevie Wonder is crazy. Talk to me. He's the one. Like he is.
Yeah, he's.
Michael Jackson. Prince. I'm hearing like Chris Brown nowadays. No.
Hey kids, how many?
Brian Clark came out and said Chris Brown's like the man, and I was like, oh really? No, man. Stevie Wonder, bro. Like if you,
hey, bro, how many wonders of the world are there? It's like 7 or 8 of them.
There's 7 wonders of the world, but there's Stevie Wonder, bro.
Stevie Wonder is the 8th.
You know what I'm saying? No. I'm not sure if I would push him that far in the list of wonders.
I'm pushing.
I think he's further up.
Ooh,
but he might be the first. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he's been putting out music since like what, 1940, 50?
Bro.
Well, how old?
Michael Jackson was in the Jackson 5. He was singing when he was a kid. My dad was blind and singing when he was a kid.
Yeah, all by himself.
Playing the piano.
The man's a certified genius.
Yeah, musical genius.
Musical genius, no question.
Mm-hmm.
But that voice, man, his voice is, bro.
Man,
there's a rhythm in the sky for our love.
Hey, Trips, I be rediscovering music now. Like, stuff that I heard when I was a little boy that I was like, okay, it's decent. But now you listen to it now as a adult. It's like some of the Isley Brothers stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of that shit just jamming like a motherfucker, man. You just got to be willing to listen to it. But anyway, man, we're gonna get carried away into this conversation for hours if we don't get to some football stuff. So let's go ahead and get it cracking, man.
Oh, Cloud Chasers, man, that's a serious thing to say. Yo, rest in peace to our guy C-Dub, man. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of love to C-Dub since we're on that level. But yeah, let's transition off. Cloud Cloud Chasers, big up to you, man. You obviously been watching us for a minute. But yo, yeah, let's talk about football.
All right, let me tee this up. Then. Let's go and start where we need to start, and that's what most people are talking about right now. And don't look like, and they're being whole kind of hush about it and not giving away anything. So the Jalen Johnson injury didn't turn out to be what we thought it was, or re-tear of the groin or anything like that. It turned out to be something in the abductor. So the ab somewhere in his core, he hurt. It's a whole other injury from what's being told to us. They bullshit and lie to motherfuckers all the time. And I'm just trying to take them for their word. They're saying it's a core, something with his core. And so, not thinking about not having Jalen out there for a season. I'm pretty confident in some of the guys that they have there, but we need that guy on the field, man. So how bad do you think we're gonna miss this guy, kids?
We're cooked in the secondary. The second, you're a very optimistic human being, and it's really funny because I was watching a certain Mr. Gabriel this week too. He's between the two of y'all see the sunshine way more frequently than I do. I don't. We kind of got an experience these past 2 games of life without Jalen Johnson, and what makes matters worse is like there was a time when I would sit back and go, hey, you know what, we can survive because we got Tariq. Tariq's had 2 of the worst weeks in football history.
Mr. Crispy?
Mr. Crispy, you make good touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of how that's looked this last couple weeks. Tariq ain't doing good, and to make matters worse and worse, Terrell Smith is out for the season. There was a time when I could say, hey, you know what? We don't have to really worry if one of these guys goes down. We got another guy. Well, he's down too. And you know who else is down? The other guy.
The 5th round pick.
Well, no, I'm talking about Kyler Gordon. So
that guy.
You know what I'm saying? So Kyler Man will eventually make his way back. But as it stands today, we are looking at, Tariq, who's not playing very good, and 3rd stringers. Like, I really hope that Jalen Jones finds favor with this new staff. That's the only thing that I can say. I have a little bit of faith in Jalen Jones, but as it stands today, my faith in what Nahshon Wright's bringing to the table is waning. My faith in what your boy McLeod is bringing to the table is waning. I'm worried about that secondary, bro.
Here's the thing, though, kids. Now you got to say, is Byard waning too?
Well, so here's the thing.
That's the thing. It's not.
That's a good question.
I don't think we can legitimately judge because of the pass rush. But with Jalen out, I mean, he's the number 1 cornerback. That was hands down. And Kyler Man, is fighting for number 2, but now he's going to be our number 1 cornerback, and he's still nursing a soft tissue injury. So Jalen being out, I'm sure it was something to do with his groin in the offseason. You ain't going to tell me no different, because he struggles with the getting freakiness and all that stuff.
I knew you were going down there.
He was doing something, and he was trying to overcompensate for not being able to do this thrust. So he tried to do that jab, and something went haywire, and now his whole all messed up. So now he can't run. He can't do nothing. Now they're contemplating surgery, and that's never a good thing. So
man, you just.
I mean, it's like, damn, just be a monk for 1 off season and let you reach and heal. Let you reach and heal.
God, you gotta get your freak on, man. You gotta get your freak on. I don't even blame the guy. So do what you got to do out there, Jalen. But
damn, something, man.
Get your freak on. Get your freak on. Get your freak on.
Right. So we started talking about Jalen Johnson. Ended up talking about all the DBs, but this is what I can tell you, man. Now, as far as Tyreek goes, if you guys want to go check out a good breakdown. I'm
Crimson.
telling you, in that breakdown, that all 22 breakdown that I just did is out there on the channels. Go watch that video. And if you don't want to watch the whole video, I just put a short out where it's kind of breaking down the part that I was discussing why Tyreek struggled. And it was, and I'll just break it down to you here while you're here on the channel. It's basically Tyreek's a South Florida boy. And I used to play, 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s with a lot of them dudes. Used to come up to Tennessee. We just, those traveling groups that play in the summertime and stuff, so you can kind of challenge yourself with other competitions from other parts of the country. Messing around with those Florida boys. I'm telling you, man, those Florida boys, South Florida boys, they got a different kind of persona, man. They different. And Tyreek's, he's got that to him. I'm telling you right now, I looked at the tape and I know exactly what the problem was. He wasn't physical enough at the line of scrimmage. Like when he's man-to-man on St. Brown, giving him a free release, just puppy dog trailing him all the way across the field, and just you don't even disrupt the timing. So what it told me was either that's something that's a technique that they're teaching inside the building and different defenses at House Hall. Maybe that's what Dennis Allen is coaching right now. Or he was just entirely giving him way too much respect. I'm going to lean towards that was a technique that was being taught to him. He's just doing it the way the coach is telling him to do it. Because I know it's a different Tyreek inside of him. He wants to be physical in the first fucking place. And him not being physical at the line of scrimmage and giving him free releases to run all over the field on him, that wasn't Tyreek. Now, I'm not sitting here trying to defend him. I'm saying what I saw on film gave me a tell. And that's what I'm reporting to you. That's what I saw. That's what I think. I believe if they go a different way, if they try a different tactic, Tyreek will probably be a lot different this week than he was last week.
I don't know, man. And week one, and then you have week two. Week two, from a physicality perspective, he came out playing physical and immediately got penalties. Like very quickly, 2 penalties against Tariq Stevenson. One eventually it was for, it recalled a sack. That was a little bit later in the game. But they're calling penalties on him because he's a bit chippy, and I have a feeling those receivers got in his head or something to that effect. After that, it was just a mismatch between the two of them. And I have to say, in zone capacity, playing against Jameson Williams is a good thing. In zone capacity, playing against both of those guys ain't a good thing. In man capacity, playing against them is a good thing, except we don't have the dogs to do it. And in either capacity, you're getting burned, right? Like you need to have Kyler Gordon on. Like if those two, I'm just gonna say this out loud. If Kyler Gordon was in the mix, it's a long day at the office for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Have to say it out loud. Secondarily, if Jalen Johnson is in the mix, absolutely nothing happens with Jameson Williams. Just saying. So it's a huge stark difference without those two particular players on the team. And yeah, we got our asses handed because of it, right? Like it's almost that simple. You put either one of these guys in crossing patterns, and they're simply gonna outrun a Tyreek Stevenson, right? That's just what's gonna happen.
At least you kept it football and turn it into something nasty like Trips, nasty ass. Somebody need to call the police on his ass.
Oh.
Pull over.
You gotta lock your doors, Trip.
Get his nasty ass off the street.
Hey man, hey. I ain't in that. But yeah, it doesn't matter with no pass rush and just giving JJ McCarthy Offensive Player of the Week, week 1. Jared Goff, Offensive Player of the Week, week 2. So the previous quarterbacks we have faced this season have been offensive players of the week for that week because of this defense.
Oh, okay. Well said. I'm glad you finished it with that.
Yeah. And this is something that we hope that Al Harris, who's facing, his old former team, will have maybe some insight that could help his Chargers step up to the task. But McCord is cool, but not in a starting role or in a spotlight role. And Nashawn Wright was kind of all right in preseason, but ever since it's kind of like Nashawn been way wrong. And Byard out there looking old. Is it because it's bad coverage, bad defense? Is it everybody getting used to a new defensive scheme? Both sides of the ball.
No.
And so it's it's like I don't know, and it's like whatever the case may be, they gave up 50 goddamn points, and that cannot happen again. Yes,
it is simpler than that. It is they getting used to what they're doing. Yeah, I think people forget what we've been saying all season, leading into the season. Like, man, don't expect this team to come in here and take off. It's new everything everywhere. You know what I mean? They're getting used to what the responsibilities are, man. New play, everything's new. And I'm not getting hyperbolic in game 2 because we lost 2 games. I'm not. I just know when you look at stuff on film, there was some effort shit going on. There was some toughness going on. That is nothing you can teach or coach. But there was some other stuff going on that film that was just, you can tell they were just a step or two slow because they were just miscommunication, all kinds of breakdowns and assignments and all kinds of stuff you see on film. So that should be considered, man. I'm telling you, this is going to get better moving forward. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't know, man. So this defense is predicated on not necessarily getting home with 4. All right. He's going to bring exotic stuff when he can. He's going to blitz a corner. He's going to blitz a safety. He's going to blitz a linebacker. He's going to blitz a nickel. He's going to do stuff exotic because, again, who knows whether we're going to get any pressure with the front 4. I do. We're probably not. So
Somebody was complaining about that week 1.
Say what now?
Nobody was complaining about that week 1. Don't be a creature of the moment, man.
But I have to be because at the moment we are down Jalen Johnson. We're also down Kyler Gordon, and Tariq Stevenson is hurting. So it was the upside from week 1 was that we actually were able to sustain a little bit of pass rush, and that was cool. If we can sustain some pass rush, we can get some actual pressure. That takes a lot of the heat off of the secondary. Right now, with the hurt in the secondary, we desperately need a pass rush. It's like it's one or the other. Right now, we kind of have neither. So I'm this week's gonna be rough. Next week, when Austin Booker, if Austin Booker comes back next week, I think we might be in a bit of a better situation where at least we can lean.
It'll be after the bye. He got to stay out 4
I was just gonna say it might not be next week at all. It might be after the bye. But I think when we get Austin Booker back and potentially don't have to simulate pass rush, given the injury in the secondary, things might look a little bit more like a football game as opposed to a bloody massacre. But with injury in the secondary and the pass rush not getting home and getting pressure, I'm not all that super optimistic. And that's me saying it nicely.
Ron C asked me a question. He says, Nomad, why is Turner a healthy scratch? If you put whatever he had, whatever injury stuff that he had to the side, I'm just gonna assume that's okay by now. I'm just assuming now when I tell you that maybe he's not assignment, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. They're not trusting him right now. I believe that's a big reason why most of the rookies aren't playing right now. They don't trust him yet. You wonder why a rookie's not getting significant minutes. They don't trust him yet. And that's one of the things I'm complaining about myself, to be honest with you. And that is why aren't these coaches getting these guys ready? Most teams are getting these guys prepared to play and using their rookies in week one. We're not doing a good enough job preparing our guys. That's what I think about it. Shout out to Cloud Chasers Radio with picking in for us, man. He says that defense needs divine help right now.
It does.
I think they just need time. That's the divine help, time and some health.
So Ron C, I want to touch on what you're saying. I'm of a bit of a different school of thought than Nomad is with respect to these rookies. I think Ryan Poles screwed up the draft. And what I mean by that is that like Shamar Turner is buried in the draft in the depth chart, and that's the issue. He'd be on the field if there wasn't a Grady Jarrett, if Ryan Poles didn't go ahead and spend big money on a DT. He'd probably be playing every week.
By the way, kids, we got I got you cut out a whole space to talk about all that, just for the record. He was asking me.
Well, all right. Sorry.
I'm just telling him, but shout out to Cloud Chasers Radio. We're going to get to that soon enough, kids. Now we need to talk about TJ. And from what I'm hearing it is the same injury. He re-aggravated it. I'll be honest with y'all, man. I've never seen TJ Edwards fall flat on assignments like he did in this game. When I see TJ Edwards miss assignments and lack the basic fundamentals that makes him what he is, and I think he's a stud linebacker in this league, one of the top linebackers in this league. That's how I'm a big TJ Edwards fan, but to see him miss so many assignments and get out of position tells me a few things, man. They are getting used to the scheme and where they're supposed to be, the calls, the checks, everything, assignments. It is all new to everybody. I think TJ is going to be fine once he's healthy, but right now I think everybody's going through a little bit of struggle just with the whole newness of everything. So I just wanted to put that out there. What do y'all think about? I know y'all didn't see a whole lot live in the action, but on the film, it was some different stuff with TJ.
Well, there's also the fact that he's still not healthy. And I think his right hammy, that's going to slow you down. Run plays, pass plays, coverage. You're just not going to have that explosion as necessary. Plus, it's a new defense, so there's that added in there, but he's just not healthy. And the way he pulled up, chasing that receiver down the field, when he grabbed his hammy, it's like, yeah, he's going to be down for a couple more weeks. Because if he tries to push that, it's just going to make it worse.
Something in that respect should be said about the trainers. How are you going to let both Jalen Johnson and TJ Edwards suit up and tap out? Training squad should be paying a little bit more attention to potential for re-injury as opposed to just letting these guys fight their way in because, hubris. Of course, they're football players. They're going to want to get out there on the field and play. But, maybe you hold them out in a bad situation. It's still a blowout, but at least we have access to them for the remainder of the season and or potentially this coming week. So something like with a coaching change and a bit of a regime change, odds are the trainers also were probably changed out. They may be absolutely new and or green to the way things work at Halas Hall. And, I kind of have to put a little bit of onus there. Somebody needs to do their job with respect to health and safety and trainer case scenario. They got to step up and, hey man, you ain't playing this week. I know you want to play, but we're not letting you play because it might cost you the season.
I want to say this about just to move to the next subject about Kyler. Remember when I was making a joke about I don't want to see him doing all them flips and all that crazy celebration that he likes to do. because he's had soft tissue injuries, since we've had him. And now it's starting to get to the point where it's like, hey, what's going on here? And you just referred to the training staff and not getting these guys right. I think that could be something to it. I think every organization is at least somewhat intentional about making sure they're taking care of the players and making sure they're maintaining their bodies, feeding them right, and doing all that kind of stuff when they're in the facility. But there's also things that you could be doing as a player to make sure that you're not teasing any of those soft tissues to, a strain on you or tear or whatever it is. Kyler he's a wild boy. He's a very, very, very hyper young football player, and he loves to move and jump and flip and do all that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that's the reason why he's suffering through soft tissue injuries. I'm saying if Kyler can hear me now, chill out with some of that shit, man. Chill out with some of that. We need you on the field. We don't, those unnecessary movements like that, man. Save that body, man. Save that body. We need it. I just wanted to speak to that. I can't wait till Kyler gets back on the field. No telling what kind of role he's going to have to play with the injuries in the secondary at this point. We might not be looking at Kyler in the slot. Well, we might actually be looking at Kyler in the slot and they just play other guys other places because coaches are routine like that. But I just want to see him not do so many of those kind of movements, man, because we need that guy out there for real.
Well, I won't comment on that. I'll leave that alone. Kyler Man is Kyler Man, does whatever Kyler can.
Yeah, and if you gotta, if you can't do the flips and be physical, then you're not good enough to play. Not being there, well, don't do the flip or the strange touchdown celebration or jump over there because you don't want to expose yourself to not being on the field. If you got to take those kind of precautions, then you're just not ready to be on the field yet. And just fall back and get healthy, because re-injury and re-aggravation is a lot longer of a rehabilitation than just sitting out another week or two. So it's time where the offense is needed to carry the team and outscore other teams because the defense is going through it. But guess what? The offense is going through it too, so we're fucked.
I'm going to say something crazy now that you ended it with that. And, just imagine who I am and what I'm about to say. So there's a Super Bowl team, within the last little while that kind of looked a little bit like this. And they were riddled and decimated with injury early into their season, beat up, and wound up winning the Super Bowl against the New England Patriots. Any idea what team I'm talking about?
Against the New England Patriots.
That's the biggest part of the hint. So there's a New York Giants squad that looked and smelled a little bit like what we're dealing with right now. And and they kind of wound up turning things around once folks came back healthy and ran ruckshot over the league in the playoffs towards the end of the season. Just because they had health on their side, because everybody was hurt early into the year and had the better part of the season.
Well, but there's one fatal flaw with that hypothesis of yours, though, Mr. Canucks.
What's the flaw?
Is that even with everybody healthy on this team, still very lackluster, if you will.
I thought you were somewhat optimistic. So
I'm optimistic.
That was a tough couple of weeks we've had, isn't it?
Man,
a tough couple of weeks. I tried though, guys. I tried to paint this with a rose-colored glasses on for a second.
But Trip can't be positive. He need his ass whooped.
Trip wasn't buying it. I'm usually the one who ain't buying it. But,
well, here's the thing though: that the guys that are injured. All right, Jalen and Spidey. Let's say both of those guys are back. how long are they able to hold up in the secondary with them back? Another 3 seconds? So so who are they stopping there? Because that does nothing for the pass rush.
Well, then what happens when Austin Booker comes back and maybe we actually have a pass rush?
Well, you're talking an awful lot of hofelys and maybes and
That's all I have left, Trip. What the hell are you doing here? All I got left, there is zero. What is surefire in this conversation? There's no surefire lockdown. Yes. I wish I could say that about Montez Sweat.
We're talking about a roster that still includes Dominique Robinson.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this kind of roster. Whereas, why?
Even Chris, like, what the hell are you doing?
A 50 burger, man. We are 2 days removed from giving up a 50 burger. That taste is still.
That burgers today, they were delicious.
Oh my God! But it's just, I just don't see Austin Booker, Jalen Johnson, and Kyler Gordon being any difference for this defense. I mean, we don't have anyone who stepped up to be a game changer, game wrecker. I'll put the team or the defense on my back. Montez Sweat is not that guy. He's very good at what he does, but he's just not that game wrecker guy. And Grady Jarrett, he was before the game in Detroit. Ryan Poles and the training staff is looking at him going through drills to see if his knee is good enough to go. So, I mean, he's good, but he's on the backside of his career, and he has a bad knee.
Just for the record, for y'all listening, there's no such thing as trying to find optimism in this conversation whatsoever. The pessimism is a runaway goddamn train right now.
50 burger.
Did you hear what he said? You just said that to run a.
Shut up, man. Let me do my thing, man. Why
you see him?
He got sound effects.
He even admitted to it too.
Man.
He got production. He got to get to, man.
I was like, wait a minute. Even you're pessimistic. What's going on? Oh, he got a drop lined up. Look, guys, I'm trying to find some level of silver lining here, and maybe there isn't one, right? Like maybe there isn't. And listen, me and Nomad, we talked until gotta be 1:30.
That's the end of the show. Good night, fellas. There's no hope. Good night.
Shut the show down right now. We talked till about 1:30 in the morning about just this bloody football team, and it was a rough conversation, man. And as per normal, he was generally optimistic and trying to find some kind of rainbow to fire at me like the Care Bear symbol, and it just I was not having it. It didn't exist. So here I am on the show live, trying to find some type of rainbow for y'all, some type of hope, and this time around it ain't Nomad, it's Trip. And Trip turns into me on the show and just shoots it down, which I didn't see coming. I really didn't see. But boom, I didn't see that coming. But like seriously, y'all, like I'm just gonna throw it back to Nomad. Where are we in the general talk track? Because at some point I have to get to the conversation that I have to have with respect to how we got here. Because I think, good Lord, I think that's the conversation.
Well, I guess you done already teed up. So hey, it's all you, sir. You're take the mic.
Ryan Poles. That's how we got here, man. There's a laundry list of fuck up. Laundry list. It's long. It's bad. And if you really look at it, I don't know how. Like Trace Armstrong must be a reincarnated, or perhaps he's Merlin. You know what I mean? Like I'm not sure which mythical
He's a wizard.
You know what I mean? He's a wizard, bro. Like he has figured out a way to just summon large swaths of cash from the McCaskey family, and it's insane to really think about, because we all have jobs, right? And have you ever gone to your boss and just be like, "Yo, pay me more, fucker"? You know what I'm saying? Like, you ever go try that with your boss? Your boss is probably gonna be like, "No, I'm not gonna pay you more because you're super rude, and you should probably like prove yourself in some capacity before I give you some kind of raise." And this is me just being nice. That doesn't apply to Chicago Bears coaches, GMs, or anything of the like. They just pay these guys because they exist, I guess. So Ryan Poles has a probably one of the worst track. Like, so we turfed Matt Eberflus. Get out of here. You're killing it with this. I'm glad I showed you that. You're killing it.
Why you gotta be telling shit, man? Shut up.
You didn't have to admit to it. You could have just kept quiet. Now you admitted to it.
Something in your pocket about that.
That's why I said it. That's exactly what I said. So so we turfed Matt Eberflus because he was a terrible coach. You couldn't call a timeout and had one of the worst records you could possibly have. But he'd been here the same amount of time as Ryan Poles. But he's still here and got a raise. He got re-up. That's crazy talk. Anybody with half a brain should have stopped and said, wait a minute, but like, this smells like shit and we're flushing it. And this kind of smells like shit, but we're polishing it up and putting roses on it. And roses really smell like poo. Ooh, ooh, I'm cooking. So this is how we got here. Like, but there's really no explanation as to why he's here or whether he's done the right things with this squad. What does this squad look like 3 years after getting rid of Roquan Smith, who's a fantastic linebacker where he is, getting rid of Khalil Mack? Yes, the books were kind of sideways, but let's be real. That $100 million contract in today's world is like a regular ass contract for everybody. It's a regular contract. They'd push cap money down the road. It would be way cheaper in all reality than what we're paying for certain Mr. Sweat who barely breaks a sweat.
Man, sit your ass down.
But it's the damn truth. We could have kept Khalil Mack. We could have kept Roquan Smith and still been through this rebuild. It would just look a little bit different.
Well, here's the thing. The record of Ryan Poles is what, 15-38 or some shit like that. And so he's a first-time GM. He comes in and he's tear it all down to the studs. But he never really said it's a rebuild. He called it a retool or whatever the hell he said. So the expectations were, maintained at a certain level, as opposed to it's like, all right, we're tearing it all down. We're going to redo it. Here we go. And so now he's talking about taking the North and never giving it back. It's like, all right, well, when that shit start? He's been saying this for a while now, and it's not happening. So it gets to be just like, what are you talking about, bro? Stop it. If he had come in and gradually come up and then like, all right, year 4, all right, now we taking the North and we're going to battle for it. There's a whole lot. And so he was premature with things. Now he's got a nice supporting players. He's got a lot of those that are okay, good players, but no dogs. Darnell Wright maybe could be a dog. We don't know about anybody else in this recent draft. You know,
ain't
but
doing
he
great.
has not brought in his previous drafts those guys that is like, yeah, that whoever drafted this guy, yeah, give him a raise. You know, but
capital T, soft.
and that crying thing, I'm not one that's against emotions. In fact, I second that emotion. But when he busted out and he said he got to cry before he cut somebody, and then he was also in the car crying with what was the defensive tackle that he first signed when he first got here that got injured, that was injured.
I can't even remember. He wasn't even injured. He just
I,
didn't pass the physical.
I've been Mika.
His name sounded like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
But he's in the car crying with him.
Ogunjobi.
Ogunjobi. There we go. Larry Ogunjobi. And so it's like, what is all this crying shit? Let's get some toughness. Maybe that the softness starts at the top. Is that what's going on? Or is that just this new generation where it's like their aura and they're in touch with their emotions and shit? And I don't know, but
why are you
what matters is the field, and none of this is happening right now, and it's irritating me because they just gave up a 50 burger. But it's only going into game 3 for this new regime. So,
but Trip,
kids are saying, you know, Poe should be gone, but we cannot just be like, all right, he just hired Ben Johnson, who's got a 4 or 5 year contract or whatever for however much money. They're not firing him. So it's like now now we get rid of Poles, then bring in another GM, and then that other GM is going to say, hey, I didn't hire this head coach. And then, you know, this head coach is saying, well, I didn't draft this quarterback. And now we're in that same damn cycle where nobody's hired the person that's beneath them.
But Trip, that's why, like, this is why I'm having this conversation, because again, it goes back to the top, which unfortunately is either McCaskey or at this point it's Kevin Warren. Ryan Poles, like the point of what I was saying with the poop is we should have flushed both piles of poop at the same time simultaneously. They should have both been flushed. If you got a 5-38 record and you have a 5-38 record, and we've determined that you stink, the odds of the other piece of poop not stinking is extremely slim, right? So, yeah, they should have gotten rid of the GM. They should have gotten rid of the head coach and started it all together. Just like I was saying before with Justin Fields, if you're going to get rid of the quarterback, you get rid of the head coach, you get rid of the GM, you start things over clean, right? That's what you do. They retain the wrong guy. And even with respect to retaining him, if I was Kevin Warren and I felt some kind of way about this guy I've been working with for a year, I would have given him this year. And I would have said, cool, you know what? We just hired Ben. Let me see what you're working with. Let me see how you do with the offensive wunderkind, as they say in Germany. You know, what are you going to do with Ben Johnson and this squad underneath you? Oh, snap. You're losing to a rookie QB. It's a problem. You're getting 50 burgered up by the Detroit Lions. The rookies you've drafted aren't making it onto the field because you've drafted depth as opposed to starters. And I'm not saying talent-wise. You know, don't get me wrong. I have faith in Luther Burden. I actually have faith in Colston Loveland. I have faith in Shamar Turner. I think all 3 of those players down the road will be key contributors to the Chicago Bears, as a team. Unfortunately, in each one of those positions, there's a player of note who's basically being paid exorbitant amounts of money who will start in front of them. Grady Jarrett, Cole Kmet, DJ Moore. It's just how it is. So these guys are going to sit on a bench. Everybody's asking, like, why don't they get more time to play? There's a guy who's getting paid an exorbitant amount of money in front of them in the depth chart. He's going to be on the field in front of them. And that's part of the problem when you go into a draft and you don't draft to fill the obvious holes on the team. If you fill the obvious holes, like pass rush, you're going to bring a guy in who's going to start and play at the pass, like at the edge, because nobody else is getting the job done at the edge. If you bring in an obvious left tackle to take over the left tackle position, he starts at left tackle. He beats out Braxton Jones. Instead, Ryan Poles goes and he gets a kid from Boston College because he went to Boston College. Don't matter that he's on the right side. But wait a minute, it matters that Darnell Wright is on the right side. We can't transition Darnell Wright over to the left because he plays on the right. So let's go draft a right tackle and transition him to the left. What? It doesn't even make it, like what I'm saying to you doesn't make any logical sense, except for the fact that Boston College, yo, I went to Boston. I know his daddy. We're old friends, so yeah, okay, you can be on my team. I'm going to overlook Ariante Ursary, who's starting left tackle in Houston. And I ain't sitting here saying that Ariante Ursary is the greatest left tackle in Houston history, but God willing, he's starting at the position, right? I haven't even touched on stuff like running David Montgomery out the city, running Khalil Herbert out the city, screwing up on Nate Davis and Chase Claypool and chucking and bringing in like basically killing Tyler Scott's career. You bring in, you draft him, then you bring in a superstar and you throw a 4th round pick away. You throw a second and a second away. All of that could be actually built into a squad that we would have running with right now. All screwed up. Nobody's starting. It's a major problem, which leaves us here.
Well, that's very so Bears.
Yeah, it's well, wait for the so Bears now. I'll get to that in a second. So where we are right now is do we have faith in Ryan Poles somehow? Like it's just fast forward a little bit. Do we have faith in Ryan Poles come draft April 2026 to like, is he can get right or is he get right in April 26? Because I have a feeling he's still going to be can get right.
Out of Pepe.
Yeah, he's jingling. He's going to be in 2026 draft, and that's kind of what we've been dealing with. Nomad made one of the most poignant points to me yesterday in discussion. And it was like, because I was saying, like, how do you get Colston Loveland and Luther Burden, who again I think will be key contributors, but how did you get to that point? And he said, well, like, don't you think that Ryan Poles was worried about his job and he kind of had to acquiesce to Ben Johnson? Like, I feel like those are Ben Johnson picks. And I was like, brother, you couldn't be more right. So what you're telling me is he bitched out. He punked out and had to protect his job. He's worried about getting fired. So he said, go ahead, Ben, make your selections. And we're going to ignore the holes that are clear and obvious to anybody with who pays a minute of attention to this team. Trenches need to be fixed. But you go, Ben. I'm just going to sit back here and shut up. Yeah, we're going to get a tight end in the first. That's what we're going to do. It's cool. Well, you know what? We'll get a wide receiver in the second, considering we just drafted a wide receiver and have two other decent, we wide receiver is pretty good, but we'll get another wide receiver anyways. Fuck it. So we get to the Bears part. This week we're getting to this week we're rolling into the revenge of Matt Eberflus. And man, it's gonna hurt me. It's gonna hurt me if they win this game. It's gonna hurt. I mean, a little bit painful.
Hurt me.
It's the most Bears thing to happen on the planet Earth. It's for Matt Eberflus to come in here with the Cowboys and run a ruck shot over our team. Pokey ass, punk ass, I don't know how or when to call it timeout ass Matt Eberflus. But here we go.
And also, so Bears, somebody in the chat, No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs, whichever the case may be. There was a left tackle, I believe, from the SEC that played at Texas A&M or someplace down there, but he didn't give up any sacks, for like his career. The Bears drafted him, and then instead of letting him play left tackle, which we needed, they moved him to like left guard or something, and he didn't take to it, and that was like basically it. He never heard from him again. But we have a history in this organization of drafting traits for need, not for need. But in this case, we doubled up twice, 3 times. It's not going to be good when the record is what it is. But hey, they turn around and it becomes a winning team. Now it's like, oh, okay, there is the rough spots, ups and downs, mostly downs, but now we're looking up. We're not looking up because we just gave up 50 goddamn points on defense. It could only score 21 with our number one QB and all the weapons that we have after all the investment on the offensive line as well in this offseason. And this is what we're left with. And so there is no optimism. I mean, sure, it's only game 3, and so it's going up from here. So there is that optimism. But until it happens, all we've seen is our team allow the opposing quarterbacks to be players of the week, for the goddamn league. So I'm not feeling very heartened right now.
So what you're saying is Dak Prescott on your fantasy football team is a lot.
Hold on, man. I done shut up and let you guys. Hey, for the record, sometimes you gotta let your brothers vent. And I knew I just need to shut up and let these guys speak their minds. I got my own take on it all, and I'll give it to you in just a second. But sometimes it's important just sit back and let people have their feelings about everything that's going on so far, about the trajectory of the team and all the decisions that's being made. And let me speak to that right now. I know Kids was going to bring that out to the live audience, but what we were talking about, he was right when I told him that, at that point, you got to think about, when Ryan Poles was signed to that extension. It was somewhere around the draft. What was it? After the draft, Kids? Am I right?
So it was after the draft, a little ways after the draft.
Yeah, after.
Okay, so up until then, I'm giving you a little what I think is going on in the background. I think it was touch and go for Ryan Poles, whether he would have got that extension or not, based on how he might have meshed with Ben Johnson. So imagine being Ryan Poles worrying about job security. He's living plush like an MFer right now, more than he's ever lived in his life. And so he's protecting job security. And so the Kevin Warren, the George McCaskey idea is, let's see how these two gel together. Let's see what Ben thinks of them. If Ben is cool with them and they can work together, we can keep them. If not, we got to go look for somebody else. So you think Ryan Poles doesn't know that these guys are looking to see if we can work together, if these guys can gel? And it came down to draft decisions on who to get at what point in the draft. I'm going to tell you guys from my whole heart and soul, the Colston Loveland pick at number 10 was a bad pick. Not that Colston Loveland is a bad football player. I like Colston Loveland a lot. I don't think he was the pick that we needed at number 10. So, I thought the 4th round punter wasn't a good pick, and everybody got on me for that. Sometimes.
I can get on you for it. I was right there with you.
Yeah. All I'm saying to you all is Ryan Poles was worried about job security. And at that point, I don't know if I was him. I don't know. I like to say that I'm going to be a stand down, put 10 toes down, like, dog, no, we cannot draft a tight end at 10. Ben Johnson was like, hey, I need another tight end, another really good tight end to run my, 12 personnel offense, which we can't do a whole lot of that right now because Caleb Williams kind of struggles from under center. And so play action is not where it's going to be, what it's going to be later on. But right now we're struggling, and Colston Loveland is going to be a brunt recipient of what that can be, and it's not. Just because of the simple fact that Caleb doesn't play very well yet under center. That's a work in progress. That's why you're not getting production out of the number 10 pick.
Yep.
Now, I'm going back into that to say that Ryan Poles protecting his job, I guess if you start making that kind of money and those kind of checks hit your bank account, you'll feel a certain way about not seeing those no more. If he doesn't keep this job, he goes back to a scouting coordinator or something like that, and that's probably less than half of what he's making right now. So anybody that's, I guess, ever gotten those kind of checks was gonna feel a certain way. I'm not absolving him from some of the moves that he's made before. He's made good ones before, like, kids, how did he get the Canadian Eagle? That was a good move. How did we get some of these other guys we have on the team? Some really good decisions were made since he's been here. But overall, I get where the fan base is going when they say that Ryan Poles hasn't done enough to this roster to make us a competitive team. You have 4 years to do it. He's not tearing it down in the trenches. And that's why we're getting our ass pushed around.
It's like, and we had we had part of this discussion as well yesterday. The problem is not that he hasn't made some decent selections. He has. So again, Braxton Jones, and this is one of the examples he gave yesterday. Braxton Jones is a good selection. He is. He's a 5th round draft pick who's been playing and starting at left tackle, probably one of the hardest positions to play in the NFL. And he has performed admirably. Is he the end-all, be-all at that position? Unfortunately, probably not. But again, for a 5th round pick, it's a pretty solid selection. Canadian Eagle's a good look. So is there are others. You know what I'm saying? There's others. What's that?
We grabbed Josh Blackwell off a practice squad, Jalen Jones off a practice squad. We got guys on this roster that was getting passed over by other people. They were smart enough to grab him and put him on the team, and we've seen good dividends. Look at Daniel Hardy. There's numerous amounts of guys on this roster that we can say give a positive light on the team. That's just me and my role as trying to give some, counter to the narrative right now, man. There's some good stuff that's happened too.
So here's the problem with the counter, and I appreciate the counter. The problem with the counter is that none of those players are selected as surefire contributors to this team. And that's where the real deficit is. Our 2nd round, our 1st round, our 3rd round selections, with maybe the slight exceptions of Darnell Wright. I'm just going to throw Caleb Williams in there, argue with me later. And Gervon Dexter, over the course of Ryan Poles' tenure, those 3 players are probably just about it. Like, that's the tippy top.
Kyler Gordon.
Oh, my bad. Thank you. Kyler Gordon. There you go. So one more. We'll even throw Jaquan Brisker into that mix as well. We'll give Jaquan Brisker some love. But that's 5 selections over the course of
Dexter?
Who? I said Gervon.
Oh,
He's included in that 5. So one more time. Darnell Wright, Caleb Williams, Gervon Dexter, Kyler, Jaquan. 5. 5 selections over the course of 3 years. And we're talking about a guy who got a massive capital haul from the Panthers trade. So there should be a massive influx of talent in this team, and there isn't.
We didn't get the
And
haul.
if there is, he's overfilled them. He's doubled down at that position with an older player and paid that player. So these guys, their contribution to the squad is kind of nerfed, just like we've seen with Tyler Scott. Again, 3rd round pick, never really gets to see the field over the course of 2 solid seasons. Season 1, he got on the field. He wasn't great, but he's a rookie. He's going to develop, except you bring in Keenan Allen and you burn a 4th round pick to bring Keenan Allen in here, and now he can't get on the field because there's a consummate Pro Bowler in front of him in the depth chart. So he's out.
I gotta say this, man, and I've been holding this back the whole time y'all been talking. there is something fundamentally wrong with the way Ryan Poles and his scouting staff, their view of football players and why or why not to draft a guy. And I've said this a few times on the show. This ain't going to be nothing new, but I'm going to put a little bit of extra sauce on this. And I don't want to say the wrong thing about Ryan Poles, but I do think this is true. I think Ryan Poles is technically a soft guy. You know what I mean when I say soft? I mean just one of those guys. And you talking about this is the guy that has to go in there and interview, these players and determine whether this is the kind of player he has to, personality traits that might fit what we want to do and all this kind of stuff. This is the guy that's determining at the end of the day what the scouts are saying about him, what the coaches like about him or don't like about him. At the end of the day, he's going to make the final decision, I guess, And I don't think he's got the personality type to recognize, like, I'll tell you guys something, Trips and kids. When you in that game, when you got to have it plays start to happen, when you need to get off the field, it's at 3rd and 6, 3rd and 5, and you just got to be freaking tough, and you just got to be absolutely determined not to let this team whoop you. In fact, you want to put a whooping on them. Those kinds of football players are there all the time. I've been doing this for a couple years straight. They've been there all the time. And for whatever reasons, Ryan Poles seems to me the kind of GM that he sees a guy that's has a little bit of, okay, he might be a little questionable with his character. He might be a little, I don't know about that guy. He's bad as shit, but I don't know about his character. That might be, if that's a reason why you don't draft a young person, that all young people have character flaws. All young people have attitude problems. All young people aren't mature. If you don't have the infrastructure in place to rub those kinks out of those guys or the veterans inside your building to help stimulate that process, you can't be scared of those guys. You cannot. If you want a tough, dominant, fucking physical team that kicks people ass all over the field, then fucking draft them and have the infrastructure in place to circumvent all of that. You have to make provisions for young football. They're young. Not one of them comes into the league mature. If you want kick ass, you draft kick ass. He's drafting punk ass. That's what you really want to say.
That's what I'm saying. Like a billion percent. But again, to make matters worse, he's then supplanting the punk ass with highly paid old ass. You know what I mean? Old ass. That's what's happening. So now we've got, unfortunately, just given the conversation we had, how do you guys think Grady Jarrett got to this squad? Because, real talk, we had 2 developing DTs. We had Andrew Billings. We probably needed one more DT, which we did get in the draft. How do you guys think that Grady Jarrett got to this team?
Uber?
They knew that there was a tough deficiency on this team. That's the reason why Grady Jarrett is here.
Nope.
That's the reason why he's here.
I'm going to say he's going to bring that. There's value to having him. Don't get me wrong.
He's tough.
I'm going to tell you that he's here because Matt Ryan told him to go and get Grady Jarrett. I'm going to tell his homeboy, his friend, his old roommate.
You don't win conspiracy now.
No, he said it, and I can find him saying it as well.
Wait, Matt Ryan?
Yeah, his old roommate in college.
He played against him every day in practice. He should know.
He would know.
Hell yeah.
That was the conversation.
But does he also get a kickback from Trace Armstrong?
That's a good question. I don't know if Trace Armstrong,
because Matt Ryan is no Trace Armstrong.
You're right. I don't know if Trace Armstrong is involved in this particular situation, but he's, like I'm saying, he's definitely fucking Merlin. He is some kind of wizard that I'm trying to figure out.
Kids, let me tell you guys something.
He's a gypsy.
You want to draft. Like I was talking to kids about this. I'll bring some of this to the forefront too. I was telling him, when you're sitting down, let's say you bring in one of these top 30 visit guys, you bring in a guy that, okay, scouts are telling you, man, hey, he's got an attitude problem. He's something else, man. I don't know about this guy. And you got to sit in a room with him by yourself, and you want to try him a little bit. You want to try him. You want to press his buttons a little bit and see how he reacts. That motherfucker gets up out the seat. This big defensive tackle or big offensive lineman, like he about to do something to you. Ryan Poles seems to me like the kind of guy that'll fold up and bitch up. You can't be. You got to stand up right to him and just like, you my kind of guy. You can be a bear. Instead of like, oh, okay, go back to your scouts and talk shit behind his back. Yeah, we can't draft this guy. He's got an attitude problem. He's not mature and all that kind of shit that'll stop you from drafting a dog-ass fucking player. He's soft like that. I can read right through Ryan Poles. I'd hate to have to say this about Ryan Poles, but he's soft. No wonder we ain't got no toughness on this goddamn team.
Well, again, like that, in that respect, I give a little bit of love to the Grady Jarrett, veterancy pull, but at premium dollar, at that age, remember, this is a guy who came in here saying he was going to build through the draft. That's what he said. He came in here and he said that. But immediately goes out and doubles down at the DT position when we need a left tackle. I agreed with it. I said, I agree with you. Maybe we can get the pressure from the center, get Grady, but I don't really need a DT because he then ignores the left tackle position again in the draft. It's another DT. So that guy's going to sit on a bench. And this is where things just look a little bit wonky to me. And there's that word, wonky. I don't understand how you're drafting a selection and paying a selection to play the same position when you have it's like buying, you're building a house. You got a front door. Everything's cool, but you have no windows. And you're going to the store to go buy a second front door. Meanwhile, birds are flying into your house. Local animals are climbing in. People are walking into your crib, stealing all your shit. But you got two front doors. Doesn't make any sense. It's a ridiculous analogy. It's a ridiculous situation. But it's the situation we're in.
Well, I'm gonna turn this card, man, because Ryan Poles, and I hope you hear this. I've given all of my time and all of my effort since you've been here to really try to preach patience to the people that listen to us over here as a network, and try to bring sense to your process and what you have to do, what the coaches have to do, what they have to do with the personnel that you have, what you have to do in the draft process. With all that kind of stuff is a particular player in certain parts of everything. What I'm saying to you, Ryan Poles, is you got to quit being soft and stop worrying about whether or not young people who are immature, whether or not you can bring them in here and turn them into something. You got to take a chance. You got to get tough football players that love to move other people around and don't take no shit. There's nowhere near enough of them people on this roster. Evidence proven last Sunday. That can't happen again ever. Ever. I don't care if it's Detroit. I don't care if it's freaking Las Vegas. I don't care what team it is. You don't put this kind of roster together and then expect great results, man. You got to get tough people if you want to play. This is the NFL, man. This is the best football players in the world. Everybody's a dog. And you got a team full of dogs against a team full of a few dogs and a couple of puppies. What you expect to happen? Somebody gonna snatch your ass up by the nape of your neck and treat you like a puppy. And that's what happened to us, man. That shit is unacceptable as a fan. If I can see it, everybody can see it. You soft as a GM.
Well, many would say that, they saw that long time ago when you were still given the benefit of the doubt. And that's where a lot of the frustration comes in.
You do have to give people time, Trips.
Well, yeah, but now that you've come around, those who are like, said this ages ago, it's like, oh, welcome to the party, pal. The pool is warm because people been peeing in it. Whatever the case may be.
I've been training in that pool for about 3 years, bro. It's extra warm, bro. I'm just shout out to you for keeping me straight, because for me it all started with Velus Jones. That's where it started.
Oh God!
But I'm not. But it's factual.
Oh,
and why it started with Velus Jones is that I do, like, me and Chris, me and C-Dub, we're doing.
Why can't we just turn the car? Because you're gonna
See,
carry on for the next.
He loves this guy. I don't know why.
Carry on for the next 30 goddamn minutes talking.
It won't be. It'll be maybe a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes if you can get
30
through
seconds
it.
and go.
If you can get through it. I know you love him. I know you have a big,
got nothing to do with you. Just carry
big place in your heart for him. But it's not about Velus Jones the player, and this is where you have, like, a soft part of your heart for him. Like, you're pro player. It's not about the player, sir. It is about the GM and his selection of the player, where he selected him. And it smells and feels a little bit like the punter selection, smells and feels a little bit like the Ruben Hippolyte selection. Out of the three of them, I think Hippolyte's going to work out. But you probably didn't have to spend a 5th-round pick to get him. You could have got him as an undrafted free agent, and away you go. Nobody else was checking for him. Nobody else knew who the hell he was. Like, they had to do research on him. When after who? Okay, the Bears drafted this guy. But with Velus was constantly looked at as basically a very late round selection. And for Ryan to jump up and select him where he did, it was Ryan Poles coming in his first draft saying, hey, y'all, I know some shit ain't nobody else know. I'm smarter than the room. And this is my problem with Ryan Poles. Just like you're saying he's soft, my problem with Ryan Poles is that he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And there's no evidence of that anywhere. There was zero.
You think you're the smartest guy in the room everywhere.
I'm not Ryan Poles.
I'm just saying, brother.
I'm not Ryan Poles. That's just fact.
You can't kick him in the nuts for that.
I can.
Not you. Not you. I can.
I can. No, I can.
No, you can't.
I certainly can. I'm a fan of this team, just like everybody else that watches the show is. I'm a fan of the fucking Chicago Bears. So I'm watching what you do, and I'm hoping to God, with all the faith that I have, that you're doing the right thing with respect to my beloved squad. And when I see things that are a little bit sideways, I'm gonna look at it and go, like, where's your little kid? I'm gonna give him that face.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What you talking about, Brian?
What you talking about, Ryan Poles? Like, I'm gonna give. Okay, but one more time, I'm not paid for this, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. There's my kid right there. There he is. Right. So I'm son of a bitch. I'm gonna stand there and I'm gonna give that face and look at Ryan Poles and be like, how are you drafting an undrafted free agent in the third round when, like, viable wide receivers are out there ready to go? You could be taken. Like the kid who wound up in Green Bay. Unfortunately, he's hurt. You could have sort of made a decision on George Pickens, even though he's a head case. I think you wound up getting the right corners, etc., during that period of time, but that's a whole other story. Velus made me stop and think about it. Then we start to look towards those other drafts, and wait a minute, you didn't select, you didn't fill the left tackle position effectively. You didn't deal with the running back now that you run all the running backs out of the team, and you didn't deal with the pass rush, but you got a punter? Who drafts a punter? Nobody drafts a fucking punter. Nobody drafts a punter. But Ryan Poles decided to draft one in the 4th round instead of a running back. And now we watch Bucky Irvin running wild out in Tampa Bay.
See what I told you? I told you. Once he started there, he was gonna go.
Nobody.
But I'm not talking about Velus Jones anymore. Like Velus Jones was this much, and I know that was
you couldn't.
Nobody like Poles, baby. Nobody. Well, that's the thing, though. He's gone turn the bus on that. Turn the bus.
You see what I'm saying?
Listen. All right. So
50 burger.
let's get to
Game
this topic. Let's get to this topic. And this is also something that me and Kez was talking about behind the scenes. I don't know. I think we talked a little bit about it lightly. I think we should bring this up. And I said something about it earlier. I'm gonna reiterate what I was saying, and I'll give it to you all to talk about it. When I see rookies not playing, and I know a lot of people are concerned, like, what'd you draft these guys for? What'd you draft Colston Loveland for? What'd you draft Ruben Hippolyte for? What'd you draft Luther Burden for? They're not playing. They're not contributing. All that kind of stuff that everybody's saying all through every chat and every podcast or every radio show host or whatever the fuck these motherfuckers are. You know, I see this way. Obviously, to me, they're not ready. And there's a reason why those players aren't seeing the field. It's things that go on in practices when they're in, the Peyton Center that the media doesn't get to see. When they give these guys assignments and say, hey, man, this is what the play is. This is what your check is. This is all that kind of stuff. And if they can't consistently do what they're supposed to do, guess what? Coaches ain't going to put you on the goddamn field. Now, I do think that's different for Colston Loveland. I'm not saying that he knows everything in the offense and he knows exactly where he's supposed to be. But there's a reason why I don't think Colston Loveland is seeing the kind of workload that we were expecting him to see as a number 10 pick. I think that's partly due to Caleb Williams and them not being able to use 12 personnel the way they want to because he's not comfortable under center yet. I think that's largely due to that. But exactly these other guys, I think it's just assignment stuff.
That's like you're bang on, bro. That's exactly what that is. It's an unfortunate situation for Colston Loveland. I think Ben Johnson really wanted to work under center or wanted Caleb to work under center much more frequently, which then brings Colston Loveland into the fray so much more effortlessly. At this point, I'm sorry, Corny. At this point, it's going to be a bit more sparse with respect to Colston Loveland making it onto the field, right? About that simple. More under center, more 12 personnel. Right now, just not going to see that. With respect to the other players, like my problem with the Colston Loveland pick initially was, bro, you already got Cole Kmet. How many tight ends are you going to line up? And the answer to that was 2. We're going to line up 2. We're going to go under center. We're going to do 12 personnel. That's what we're going to do. And I was like, I'm with it. Okay, you go. Except the quarterback ain't ready for that yet. Now, just a little quick touches on that last couple of words. Out of everything that happened last week, this past Sunday, he didn't look terrible. Quarterback didn't look so bad.
We talking about the rookies though?
What you talking?
Sorry,
the quarterback. Well, he wasn't horrible, but yeah.
I'm just saying he didn't look so like he looked okay.
He was all right. It was cool. He wasn't the issue.
He was not the issue this week, man. And I kind of want to put that out there because I do think we're going to figure out who he is as we go. And I'm hoping he will adhere to what he needs to, and he'll come around. And if that's the learnings we get from this season, it may well be worth all of this turmoil. But as far as the rookies are concerned, I'm back to where it was. Everybody's buried behind a very heavily paid individual.
You know what, Kez? I think most people are thinking about, okay, we just drafted Colston Loveland at number 10, and we right behind him we got Luther Burden. I think, Ruben Hip. I'm not saying that people ain't thinking about Ruben Hippolyte, but I think he's like a side story to the main 2 ingredients, and that is Colston Loveland and Luther Burden. Why ain't they on the field? And I was just giving context most to that, and Shamar Turner as well too. But I think
you're missing Shamar and Ozzie, who are like, if you just look at those first 4 selections. Ozzy won't make it onto the field because he's not ready, and they're trying to transition him from right to left, which was not something they wanted to do with Darnell. They won't be able to do it with him either, at least not this season.
They had a come to Jesus moment in camp with him. That's all that happened. They were expecting him to translate to the left side, and it's not happening as fast as they thought it would. Mm-hmm. And they got comfortable with putting him. Dan Rochard told him, man, look, I know y'all like him. I know we thought highly of him, but right now it ain't translating. Put him on the right side. That's where it's comfortable. Let's keep moving. And that's why you're getting no usage out of him.
Of course. But again, that's a missed draft, right? You drafted a right tackle and thought you could make him a left when you have a right tackle that you might have actually been able to make a left, but you refused to do it.
It's a lot of left tackles that were drafted and ended up being on the right because they wasn't good NFL left tackles so far. It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them right now that I can speak to. And so that happens, man. They get to the next level and everybody's a fucking superstar and you can't hold up as well. You need some time. That's what's happening.
This is it. So he's going to develop, right? We're not going to see him as a contributor on this line this year. He's going to develop. It is what it is, unfortunately. As far as Shamar is concerned, if he wasn't hurt right now, it'd be a great time, great opportunity to get his ass on the field because I believe Grady Jarrett might be hurting a little bit still. He was definitely a little bit slow this week, right?
How about this? To Cloud Chasers Radio's point, and this is just we'll get a chance to go around and about this. He says how none of the first 4 players drafted having no impact. Like, come on, dog, it ain't no way. I would just ask you guys, and I'm gonna just leave it to you guys to talk about it. Is there any one of those first 4 guys that were drafted that you're apprehensive about them as a player? Like, do you think that they were bad draft picks? I'm talking about them as a player. I ain't talking about where they drafted them. I'm just talking about, do you think they'll turn out? Is what I'm basically getting at. Do you like their potential? Do you have any questions about any one of them? If you do, say what it is.
I have questions about Ozzy, and I have questions about Shamar. We've seen virtually nothing of Shamar. He's been hurt more or less the entire offseason. You know, the preseason case scenario, didn't get much practice in, didn't get to see him. I think we got to see him a couple of snaps in preseason. That's about it. So a little bit of worry with Shamar, or maybe a lot of worry with Shamar. But definitely some worry with Ozzy. Ozzy was selected for a specific reason, and I'm not so sure he's going to wind up being that guy for that reason. I think the Chicago Bears are either going to pay Braxton Jones, pay out the nose for a replacement, or somehow Canadian Eagle or Karan Amagaji blossom into a left tackle. But those last 2 things are a little bit of, opium, if you will.
Yeah, I'm not worried about any of the picks. I mean, just looking at them, what we've seen from Loveland and LB3, they're athletes. They can move. It's like, let's see what they are like with the ball in their hands. But that hasn't happened yet. Turner, he's had a high ankle sprain. There ain't shit you can do with that. So we'll see him when we see him. And Ozzy, I mean, everything I'm hearing about offensive linemen, well, they take a year or 2 to develop. Okay, so he's in his first year. I was never a thinker that he's going to come in and start. I mean, sure, he can battle for it, he can compete for it, but obviously they was like, nah, not only are you not starting, you going to take your ass back to the other side of the line. So, I mean, that wasn't that good. So
that's tough.
Yeah, that's tough look. That's tough look right there. So it's still early. I mean, it's game 2 of their careers, and there are, professionals on this team to where Ben Johnson, head coach, has to come out and say, this team is not practicing like a championship team yet. So that ain't got shit to do with the rookies. That's everybody else. So the rookies are the last thing I'm really concerned about right now.
We'll get
because
to that.
it's not the rookies' fault that they gave up 50 goddamn points last week.
We'll get to that. About the rookies, I was just trying to gauge y'all's barometer to see if y'all thought that any one of these guys was like, oh man, I wish we didn't draft this guy. I don't think he's capable. I don't think he's up to snuff. I don't have any.
You don't know nothing about him.
I don't have any reservation about not a one of them. I haven't seen Shamar Turner on this level yet. We'll see once he gets some NFL competition. We'll get to put a barometer on him too. But Ozzie, to me, it ain't nothing wrong that he's not, fleshing out as a left tackle to me right now. It's not that big of a deal. You was hoping that this guy would turn out pretty quick, but it's not a problem because I know he can perform on the right side. And
hold on a second. Why do you think it's not a big deal when the purpose of drafting him was to play on the left side?
Because we had Braxton.
The purpose of drafting him was to replace Braxton.
Well, that didn't happen. I knew they had Braxton and they didn't have to.
I'm just saying, doesn't that make it a little bit more of a big deal?
Holes in that theory, kids. I'm just trying to make sense of it, so it's not so goddamn pessimistic.
It's a little bit of a a little bit of a cloudy situation.
Anybody can poke holes in that. Anybody. I'm just trying to give you another way to look at it. That's all I'm trying to do.
All right.
So everything doesn't work out right away like you would hope for it to.
Well, if the kid had failed and didn't take over Braxton's position, but was still pretty much lined up to be his backup, I would have felt that okay. Well, we have a burgeoning left tackle that we drafted in the second round. That ain't what went down. What went down was that somehow the undrafted left tackle from British Columbia rolled up out of nowhere and became the left tackle backup. And I'm from Canada. I know about the kid. He's real good. I ain't dissing it. But the purpose was to get somebody better than that undrafted free agent and better than the guy who's already starting. And I have to consider that a failure if that guy's not lining up on the left-hand side. Do we need a swing tackle? Do we need a backup right? Yes. So it isn't the end of the world. Mind you, it's definitely a failed pick in my opinion.
The way that I understood the process by them telling us what it was we're bringing in competition at the left tackle position. Guess what? The competition didn't beat Braxton Jones.
You're darn straight.
This is where we are, man. This is why you have an open competition when you're in a camp. Hey, let's see who can be the most dog consistently. And guess who was the most dog consistently? Braxton Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Not surprising to me. I think Braxton Jones has got plenty of dog in him. He just still has a problem anchoring at times. I think this is good for Braxton Jones. However this turns out for him here in Chicago, whether we, do away with him at the end of the season or whether we keep him. I know this is good for Braxton Jones because this competition has raised his game. He still is leaking a little bit. But I do think this is good for him. You know what I mean? I think the pockets are more clean this year with Braxton Jones as our left tackle than I've ever seen it since Braxton Jones has been here. He's playing more clean football, more consistent football. He's still going to have his shortcomings like he always will until his base gets stronger, if it ever will. But I'm telling you, Braxton Jones ain't as bad as it ain't as bad as it can get if Braxton Jones is not in there. All I know is I don't want to see the Eagle out there start.
Yeah. 6 and one half dozen of the other for me at this point. It's almost worth a shot just to see what we got in the rest of it. Like I would, and I have to say this out loud too. Like I wouldn't be mad if Luke Newman makes an appearance either. So you know what I mean? Like got to do something on that line to beef things up, or at least breathe a little bit of fire on the players who are in front of those other players.
That might actually, I can see that happening. Looking at the Jonah Jackson film,
that's what I'm saying.
He ain't hitting on all cylinders. I'm just gonna say that just to be fair to him. He's just not right.
Same with his counterpart at the center position as well. Those two guys had have had a couple of really rough games, right? So I'll leave it there. But both Drew Dahlman and Jonah Jackson, and I just hope that this is just a time on task situation. I'd like to think that that's what it is. They need to work together as a unit a bit better and learn how to do the dance together moving forward. Thus far, these last two games, it's been an absolute turnstile with those two players. And again, that's some good change being spent on both of them.
I know one thing. I'm gonna steer the car this way right quick. And by the time Trips gets back in here, he'll have a whole other conversation going on. The fact, like, I'm looking at how they use Roschon Johnson. Roschon Johnson is about to turn into Khalil Herbert. Just telling you right now. I can tell by the way they're playing them.
That doesn't, you know what I mean? That doesn't bother me because I don't think, like.
Well, let me get out what I want to say.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
That he's about to turn into Khalil Herbert, and I think them still not making a move on some running back out there on somebody's practice squad. There's a few good ones out there, or somebody in trade scenario, free, whatever it is. Them not moving on a running back is still a monumental mistake at this point. And I've been saying it too long. Take it over, kids, before I get to talking too much.
Yup. Not drafting one in these last two drafts is just a wild oversight. Letting Khalil Herbert go just really it wasn't due to anything. It wasn't due to anything other than did they want to pay Khalil or not? Like, it was just monetary. That was it. He was in a contract year, wasn't drafted by Ryan Poles. So does Ryan Poles want to pay Ryan Pace's running back? He didn't want to pay him. And that's what it came down to. So they phased him out of the offense. And eventually he asked for a trade and was traded out. We all know what Khalil Herbert can do. I like Khalil Herbert. I'm definitely a fan of Khalil Herbert. And that's why when you bring up Roschon Johnson, you sort of say he's going to Khalil Herbert, he's going the way of Khalil Herbert. I understand what you're saying. I just feel like one of these two running backs might be advantageous on this squad. You know what I mean? And I lean towards Khalil much more so than Roschon Johnson. However, you should probably still play the kid. Like, in a situation where you're doubling down on, QB sneaks when the first one ain't work, we're gonna do it again. And you know what I mean? Sometimes I'm of that mind to just do it. But in this case scenario, you actually have just giving the devil his due. He's a solid north-south back. Pretty good for 2 yards. Can't really say much more than that, though. You need a single yard. I have much more confidence in Roschon Johnson than I do in Caleb Williams, who just failed doing it minutes before. You know what I mean? So you probably want to run Roschon. For them not to run Roschon, I think really spoke volumes. And I'm going to say one more thing about it. The last piece about them not giving Roschon any snaps this past week was that strangely our guy Kyle Monangai got on the field a fair amount, which we were all pulling for. The downside to him getting on the field as much as he did was his pass protection was nowhere near as good as what we've seen from him in the college ranks.
Well,
right.
Yeah, but it was okay because Swift got blown up a couple times.
But Swift, Swift is getting in there, right? Like when Swift got blown up, he's stepping into oncoming traffic and getting blown up. And like, again, I'm super critical of DeAndre Swift, but at the end, I got to give it to the guy because he's trying to pass. He's trying to pass.
He's getting in the way. He's getting there, but he's getting blown up.
He's getting blown up. And like, all you can ask is at least effort, right? And same token with Kyle. Kyle's trying, but it's just a little bit little bit fast and strong for him at this present time. I'm sure he'll get better at it. One of the few things you can give Roschon Johnson is that he's pretty damn good in pass pro. Like,
is he?
Yes. Like, these are the few things.
How do we know that?
Because say what?
I've seen that. To
well, but I mean, how many reps has he? How much has he played?
He played a bunch.
He played some good reps and played good pass pro, man.
He played a bunch because
but he played. But here's where the question comes.
Mhm.
You got kids brought up that quarterback draw twice thing on 3rd and 4th downs. All right, personally, I'm thinking the kind of quarterback that Caleb Williams is, maybe you utilize those picks, you drop a play to Loveland or Burden or some shit like that, as opposed to doing something that he's not good at, that this offensive line is not good at, because this offensive line couldn't push over a nursery school line when they go out on the goddamn field trip. You know what I mean? So why are we doing that? I don't know. And so that's the opportunity to put Rojo in, to put Monangai in, at least on the second one, as Ked said. But they did neither. And so we got a healthy Roschon, as they say, but he never saw the field. So is it a Herbert thing where it's not an on the field thing? It's a personality issue thing in the locker room?
No. It might just be dollars and cents, Trip, because that's what it was with Herbert, right? It might be.
But I mean, Roche, but what does that got to do with not being able to play the guy for like 2 plays in week 2 when he's healthy?
I can explain it. It's stupid. Like, the answer is stupid. But like,
I mean, does he get like a play clause that if he plays so many plays, he gets like a $20 million bonus or some shit?
No, they just don't like. They just might not want to be put in a position where they might have to pay this particular player in a contract season. Like that's.
Well, how about we get the goddamn first down and worry about paying them later?
That's where the stupid comes in, Doc.
Huh?
you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make any like when we look at the Khalil Herbert situation in his season, he got maybe 4 or 5 snaps towards that, within the first 5 games ish before he got traded. And each snap he went off. He got a quick little screen and got like 60 yards and a touchdown. Him taking off and getting that alone speaks to you might get a couple of bucks for this player. You might get some value for this player. Again, not playing Roschon Johnson in the same pretense means you also can't trade the player for anything or get any capital for him. Right? Weird little situation, weird flex, like the kids say. Weird flex not to play Roschon Johnson. So you got to put him out there. You got to at least give him some run. You can utilize him in pass pro situations. That's basically what he's good at. He's good at pass pro. He might get you 2 yards.
Hey, kids, let me tell you something. This is probably my strongest conviction as far as the Bears personnel and the staff that hires this stuff. I'm talking about the coaches. I'm talking about the GMs. I am thoroughly convinced, 110%, they don't know how to draft a damn running back. They don't know what the fuck. They ain't drafted a good running back since we've been here. Since they've been, I'm talking about since Poles has been. Now I don't want.
Well, he's only drafted 1, right? It's only 1.
Treston Ebner?
Talking about Treston Ebner,
Roschon Johnson.
No, Common guy. I'm just talking about on my list of guys who I thought
was Treston Ebner a Poles draft.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
Kyle Monangai on my list of guys that I thought that can come in here and make an immediate impact. He was on the very lower tier of that. There's a reason why that guy got drafted at 7. I'm not saying he can't come in here and produce at some point. I just want to say to people, maybe he just ain't as good as we thought he would be.
Wait, who's that?
Kyle Monangai.
Wait, before you go there, though, I think Leo Factor's comment is more relevant before we can make that even statement. Is Ben being overwhelmed with being a head coach where he's lacking clarity with his situational play calling?
Let me put a star by that because we were talking about the running back. We'll come right back to
Well, yeah,
it.
but that has to do with the running back because we haven't seen Monangai really get the ball and the opportunity to do anything. I mean, a couple garbage time handoffs don't really say anything. So, but I think it's just way too early to make that assessment that, you know, he's not the guy or he's over his head or anything because he hasn't played enough yet. And he is a rookie. So when does that development process take time after he plays?
He ain't that good.
But with Ben Johnson, point being, he's a first-time head coach. You know, this is his second game. And he's like, you know, he's new to all this. So how long he has to have a growing curve too as well. And is that going to affect his play calling? And to the point where it's like he said we was going to see the run game, whether it be Swift, Monangai, or Rojo, but we saw nothing. Was that him like blowing smoke, misdirection? Or did he get into the game and was like, oh shit, I forgot about the run game? Or we're down so far now I can't run the run game. So I mean, they gave up 50 points and lost to the damn Kitties.
Well, man, listen, man.
Whatever.
Monangai is regular. I'm just telling you right now, he's just regular, and I'll stand by that. I think behind a decent offensive line that can really, really run block, I think he can do above. He can play above his means.
Well, let me ask you this, Matt. All right, not to beat up on Monangai, but like your guy Damian Martinez, just as an example. You liked Damian Martinez enough to want to draft him.
I did.
Like higher than like Monangai went.
Mm-hmm.
So there are guys like Martinez and or others who are out there and available at positions of need that we are not getting or even hearing about, looking at, talking to, trading for, nothing. We're just running it back with this same 3 running backs and Britton Brown on the practice squad. When there are obvious physical, talented upgrades available, why is Poles not attempting to bring these guys in?
Your guess is
Ryan
good.
Poles is an idiot.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Brother, because Ryan Poles is an idiot, bro. He thinks he's smart.
I don't think this is a Ryan Poles thing. I think
give me a second. I'll tell you how it is.
You just want to take that narrative.
No. Just it is my narrative. It is a narrative that
it's in the bloodstream. Ryan Poles ain't gonna be in the closet by himself making these moves. He might see from the booth sitting upstairs, we need some running backs. We need another running back. If he goes and tells the coaches, hey man, what do you think about getting another running back?
My brother,
we're fine. How do you know that's not going on? But he's an idiot. But go ahead.
Here's why he's an idiot, bro. It's real simple. He jumped up and got an undrafted linebacker, undrafted potential free agent linebacker nobody knew in the 5th round. In the deepest running back group that there could possibly be that I've ever seen. He could have got a Bracial Tootin. He could have got a Damian Martinez. He could have got a Cam Scatterbo. There were guys there he could have got, and he was like, you know what? I need another linebacker who's not even going to start on the team, but I need another linebacker because potentially maybe he might play sometimes.
You done?
Oh, I'm not arguing. It's not an argument with you. I'm pointing out the obvious statements here. There were backs there. We know there were. And he decided to go with the running back in the 7th round. I'm not going to sit here and besmirch a 7th round draft pick for being what he is, but I am going to talk about the undrafted free agent that he probably could have actually got in the 7th round and maybe got a viable running back in the 5th.
I just got a question for you kids. And we have this conversation all the time. And when I try to impress upon you that it ain't just a singular thing when it comes to the drafting process, it ain't just one person deciding overall this is what we're about to do. Do you understand that the coach, in conjunction with the coaches, are heavily influencing what to do. Do you believe that, or you just believe he's gonna ho hum and just do what the fuck he wants to do? Do you consider the coaches as a strong influence in this at all?
So here's my
Yeah,
consideration.
nay, man, please.
It's not a yes or no answer.
You can color it up, but just say yes or no. Do you consider them a
It's
strong
not.
influence?
Of course, I consider that. That
Okay,
has to
start
be taken
there.
into consideration. It has to be, right? There's definitely going to be levels and spheres of influence with respect to every single player on this team, with respect to the scouting staff, with respect to the coaches. That's all an influx situation. But there's one guy who's held accountable for it at the end of the day. When all of that shit doesn't fly,
Of course, man.
but that's his job. That's his title.
That's of course, man. You're beating a dead horse, kids. You're
I'm
beating a
not-
dead horse. You've been beating it for too long. And I'm just trying to tell you that it is not a singular thing. It is not. I do remember, Kez.
I just told you.
It was you.
But I think
I'm
you're
just
the
talking
one
about
who didn't.
other people. Some of these other podcasters, like on 670 The Score, like what's his name, Silverman. This is gonna be Ben Johnson's draft. Ben Johnson. I trust Ben Johnson. He's gonna be in control of this draft. I don't like polls. And they were building this thing up as a Ben Johnson draft. Now that the draft has happened and things ain't going quite as well as people thought they would, now it's back to Ryan Poles. Ryan Poles is stupid. He's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing. I'm looking at their trajectory on that channel, and I don't want you to sound like that. It's more than one individual.
I just finished agreeing with you, but I'm going to give you the analogy that I gave you the other day when we weren't on this show. All right. If we're always making the analogy of the chef cooking, Chef Poles cooking, and these guys are actually going to work with the ingredients that he brings to the table. If you're then coming into the mix and having the conversation about onions, and you've got a bag of onions, but I want another bag of onions. Well, shouldn't you utilize the bag of onions you already have first? This is what an actual general manager of a restaurant would do on a low level. Hey, man, I just bought you a ton of onions. We don't need to go back to the warehouse to get more onions, do we? And this is exactly how we got to the position we're in. We got 8 fucking canisters of onions, 8 tons of onions. We still don't have a left tackle. We still have a fucking defensive end. This is the problem. The general manager should be actually saying, wait a minute. No, Ben, we can't get a tight end in the first round. That's silly. We have a tight end. I just paid him. I know you want 2.
Does he get?
But there's a gaping, obvious hole in the menu.
You think he gets an extension after that, kids? Like we were talking about earlier.
Sorry?
Do you think
so we're making moves out of desperation? Is what we're saying?
Asking you? Do you think I'm asking you a simple yeah and nay?
You are, and I'm answering it.
Yeah,
so we're making decisions out of desperation.
I'm just asking.
Wait, do you think that's why he got the extension?
That's what he's saying.
Because he acquiesced to what Ben Johnson wanted to do.
That's exactly what I said.
So, all right, then let me ask you this: did Ben Johnson or did Dennis Allen want Hippolyte? Where'd that come from?
I believe that was definitely Dennis Allen. I mean, yeah, I think that was Dennis Allen, 110%.
And then Shamar Turner, was that Dennis Allen?
That's a good question, but I know Hippolyte. I know I can remember Dennis Allen talking about him wanting to bring in more speed. I remember that. And what does Hippolyte bring to the table more than anything else? Speed. So Shamar Turner, I know specifically Hippolyte, I think that's all Dennis Allen. I think Colson Loveland, that's all Ben Johnson. Whether y'all agree with that or not, that's up to y'all.
Now, what about Ozzie?
That's a good question.
%% Ryan Poles.
That's a good question. That could be Roshar too. They asked him to come in here and revamp this old line.
Well, I don't think Roshar would come in and be like, yeah, let me get Trapilo and we're gonna make him a left tackle. You know, and to take him that high, because otherwise it's with Darnell Wright there and balling out, there is no need to take a right tackle. So they obviously, like Kids has been saying all night, and that they've said it, they wanted Ozzie to be a left tackle, but he's just not there yet. Okay, granted, but hindsight's 2020. But even at the time, people are saying, well, let's trade down and take Simmons. Well, he's hurt, we can't take him. Or let's trade down and even get some more draft capital and take Ursay or whoever.
They didn't have to trade down to get Ursay. They skipped Ursay and selected Trapillo, which made us all go, wait a minute, why didn't they get the left tackle? They got the right tackle.
But even if they didn't take Trapillo at the time, there was some kick-ass running backs still on the board, weren't there?
Kids, there's some definite breadcrumbs that lead right to what you're talking about Ryan Poles, Boston College, and Ozzie Trapillo. There's definitely that. That's hard to deny. That's why I can't really say anything about that. I just feel like it's a couple of particular players from the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator I can see definitely as their picks, and that would be
and what you're saying. I'm not refuting, right? Like, yes, I believe that this was a collaborative effort. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this was done in a vacuum, but once again, when shit hits the fan, it's the GM who's left holding the bag.
Yeah, he does.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm taking him to task. It's his restaurant, and he has the ability to say, "Hey guys, you know what? Yeah, we probably shouldn't get another linebacker here. We have Noah Sewell sitting on a bench who's never got the chance to play. I just drafted a linebacker. Maybe we can get the running back here."
And he's probably a scout on some other team right now because he's going to get fired for that.
Who?
Ryan Poles.
Well, I don't know if let's be real here. As much as I'm taking the man to task, I'm on the Nomad Network. I ain't in Hallis Hall. I'm sure he just got a multi-million-dollar extension. They don't want to eat that money. So let me be as real as I can. We're stuck with this guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're stuck. And that's the part that worries me the most. I just don't know in 2026 when we come back down to drafting, is he suddenly going to be better at it? Is he suddenly going to grow a pair of nuts? Because, like, what you're saying to me is that he acquiesced and decided to give the coaching staff the ability to really go buy the groceries this week. And they screwed it all up. All the meals are fucked up.
Question. Mm-hmm. When Ben Johnson was in Detroit and they had TJ Hockenson at tight end, then they drafted Laporta. What was the order of operation? Did they trade TJ Hockenson and then draft Laporta? They drafted Laporta and then traded TJ Hockenson. Mm-hmm. So is that them saying that TJ sucked, or that is like Ben Johnson's like TJ just don't do what I need him to do kind of thing?
Well,
because when does scheme come into place? As far as like what the coaches want as far as groceries.
Well, the scheme does come into play, and that's kind of how, that's how Colston Loveland got here, right? He turned around and he said, yeah, we're going to use both of these guys. And Ryan, no, hold on. Stop right there. You said that they're going to use both of these guys. So far, both of these guys haven't been getting used. And the guy that has been getting used hasn't, really been getting used. Mm-hmm. So could it be a thing where it's like, because Cole Kmet got his extension before Ben Johnson got hired. Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that could be a situation where it's like, well, we got this guy, but it's like, yeah, we got him, but I don't like him. So this roster is going to have some turnover. And that means that they're going to be players that we know that have been here that aren't going to be here because they were a Flus regime scheme fit both sides of the ball. So we're going to have that turnover, and Kmet could be one of those guys amongst others. But the way that the drafts have gone down and some of the moves, it's like, all right, rookie, GM, or not rookie GM, but first time GM Ryan Poles. It's like, you're putting your nuts out over there, but over here you ain't got no nuts. You know, you're putting your nuts out over there for that trade, but over here you ain't got no nuts. You over there crying. So it's like, he's so mercurial? Just don't know what the hell's going on, you know, any day of the week over there.
All right, let's go ahead, kids.
No. I was all I really wanted to say was, as maligned as the conversation around Cole Kmet sounds, you know, there's folks out there saying he should be traded. You know, Trip was just sort of alluding to what what Detroit did with TJ Hawkinson and trading him to Minnesota, and you know, should we have considered something along those lines? Cole Kmet was one of the few players I saw here during this 50 burger massacre that was actually playing football. I gotta give a little bit of a big up to Cole Kmet. He had a really nice catch, but his blocking over the course of the last 2 weeks in really rough losses was actually impeccable. He did a really great job out there. I got to give the guy give the devil his due.
All right. Let me go and twist and turn a little bit, and let's get to where we need to get to, and that is the Cowboys game moving forward. And to let's try to give a take or two of how you think we might match up against them. I'll just start here, and we'll fill in some blanks. I do think the Cowboys will look at this tape just like any other good NFL team would. Look at the Lions tape and be just like, oh, they looking at chops. They can't wait to see us. Cannot wait to see us. And they want to feed the running back. They want to try to test us over the top with those receivers in that order. In that order. They plan to attack us and attack us hard. They feel like we got some weaknesses, feel like we got too many injuries in the secondary. They don't feel like we can stop the run. And they're going to take it and bring that to us, man. And let's just say, as bad as that looked on tape in Detroit, I did see some stuff that I felt like, okay, some assignment stuff. The things that worry me are the toughness, we need to have more violence to people getting off of blocks. I think Rocket Dreams came in here early and said that we are getting stuck on blocks too many times. That's why we're not defending the run game well. He's absolutely right. It is clear as day that these guys are not violent enough getting off the blocks. They are allowing themselves to be blocked and just being carried to wherever that blocker wants to take them to. If they cannot be better than they was against the Lions at getting off of blocks and making a play on the ball, God bless us, man. That's going to be the key to it. It's going to start in the trenches. If that defensive front don't play with some force and some violence, we're going to be in trouble. So what's y'all thoughts about this Cowboys game?
Trip, I'm going to defer to you, bro. I'm gonna let you go. Maybe you can give us a little bit of positivity here, because my take on this game is not a good one.
We can't hear you, bro.
Oh, yeah, you're muted.
Yeah, that was me.
Right.
I would like to say that I'm not a better, but I would take the over. But now I'm not so sure. I mean, Ben Johnson and this offense have to be able to figure something out. I mean, they put up 21 points. All right, cool. But with this Cowboy defense and secondary and the state that it is, come on, y'all. Y'all got to be able to eat a little something out there on Sunday. Defense? Oh, I don't know, bro, because we got to be able to get some pressure on Dak Prescott. And if we can't get pressure, they got receivers out there, and we don't have a secondary over here. So, I mean, that's just going to be like, another 500-yard week. But we got to be able to have a shootout. So it's going to be a high scoring affair, I hope. But there will be a turnover on defense because there will be some heart, some soul, some fire, and some goddamn desire on this defense. Let's go.
Shout out to Cloud Chasers Radio for making sure he's throwing something in the tip glass, man. We appreciate you and love you, Cloud Chasers Radio. Thank you so much.
Right
God
on, Cloud.
Chaser says thoughts on the Cowboys game is to pray, and I wish I could argue with that sentiment. One more time, thanks for the super chat. We appreciate that. Yeah, I will be in prayer when we're live doing the darn thing for this game. I worry immensely with respect to CeeDee Lamb. I think CeeDee Lamb is going to make Tariq Stevenson look terrible this week.
You see that take by Cornelius. We're gonna leave Cloud Chasers tip glass, man. We appreciate that, but just go ahead and read what Squall said in the comments, man.
Oh, sorry. Here, I'll put it up there. You just want me to read it?
Yeah, just go ahead and read it.
Why is Clowney playing for Dallas now when we need a pass rusher probably more than they do? Well, they did just get rid of, you know what I mean? They did just get rid of Micah Parsons and sent him in division, which was awesome. Thanks, Cowboys. But that does not negate the fact that we need desperately a pass rusher. So there is that factor. Man, again, I think the answer to your question, Corny, I think the answer to your question is that Ryan Poles has spent a whole bunch of money on this team, and there may not really be money to tie into a more veteran pass rush player. Right? Like they just had to do a little restructure to maybe pay somebody, and there's still a couple of holes to talk about. So a little bit worried, but yeah, Cloud Chaser, I think if we aren't able to get pressure on Dak Prescott, man, if we're not able to get pressure, I think that CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens have a field day, man. They're going to be out there living it up. And like CeeDee Lamb is a fantastic wide receiver. He really is. And I ain't taking anything away from George Pickens. He's good too. But
get him, Leo. He says maybe Clowney's personality Poles doesn't like.
Oh, that's possible.
Yeah, you got that kind of shit going on, man.
Yeah, people say he's a bit of a jerk as well. Yeah.
I like some jerks now. I mean, especially on the football field. I might not fuck with you when we get out the building and shit. We get ready to go home. Like Clowney talking about, hey man, you want to go out? No, I ain't fucking with you like that. So I'll holler at you when we at practice tomorrow. You know what I mean? It's just, you know, that Leo, you have no idea how badly privately that bothers me. Not having enough mean mother MFers on the team. You know, you got to have some of them dudes, man. You got to litter your team with dudes like that. And you'll default to, okay, maybe I overdid it. Maybe I got too many assholes on the team. Maybe I got too many mean personalities. I'd rather overdo it than not underdo it. You know, we've underdone it like a MF, and it's costing us. But back to the Cowboys game. Now, I do think we can make some hay against them on offense. I think the offense can have a day against Dallas. But if the defense doesn't make plays and doesn't stop the run, it's going to turn into a shootout. So I'm just going to say that I do think the defense will tighten up a little bit better than it was against the Lions. I think they're going to be a little bit better. I'm going to say a lot better than it was against the Lions. There's nowhere but up from here. You can't play that bad 2 weeks in a row. I ain't seeing it. There's too much talent on that defense. Nah. I'm going to say they're going to tighten up and stiffen up a little bit and get after the quarterback a whole lot more. And we're going to see some signs of life because, like I said at the beginning of the show, all this stuff takes time. It's several teams going through what we're going through with new coordinators on both sides of the ball, but you just don't expect it to look this bad. You just don't expect it to look this bad. It shouldn't have looked this bad, but it's what it is. I'm telling you, these are pro football players with heart and determination. They'll be better than they were last week.
Well, like it's really, for me, it's really the secondary that kills everything. You know what I mean? If you've got Jalen Johnson, and this goes for almost any opponent that we would line up with over the course of this season. But if you got Jalen Johnson, that kind of negates the better part of that number one wide receiver on any football team's production. Then you look into the slot and you've got Kyler Gordon, and the slot's a bit of a problem. Long story short, you only got one more corner because the safeties on this team are super solid. So the liability is Tariq Stevenson. And under normal pretenses, if he's not up against the number one wide receiver, he was showing out. He was showing very, very, very good traits. A little bit chippy, a little bit physical, but good traits. Now he has no one else to rely on with the given injury case scenario. And it's rough, man. It's going to be tough sledding for him and for the replacement, the backup secondary, if you will. So that's really my worry in this with respect to this football game. I think we can, I would expect somewhere in and around 21 to maybe even 28 points for the Chicago Bears in this football game. But I think Tripp nailed it. I think you hit the over. If anything else, it's probably going to be an L. So I would bet over L and Caleb Williams for a rushing touchdown. That's my take this weekend.
All right. Trips. You know what, man? Let me just wrap this all into one. There's some talk. Well, Ben Johnson has kind of said that he's going to open up some competition at different position spots and all that kind of stuff. And, just because based on performances, he feels like maybe we need to give some other guys some opportunities. And he opened that door to the media, and the media just went wild with it. Yeah. Where they took it is immediately to, I think some of that, there's some runoff, some like beer fuzz with the whole thing that happened with DJ last year. The first thing they did, the fan base and some of I ain't going to say the reporters, I'm going to say some of the podcasters, some of these guys with channels and some of these, major networks, they went right to DJ Moore and started targeting him. And just like, okay, is he gonna bench DJ Moore? Should we start thinking about trading him and all this kind of stuff? Trips mentioned it to me in a DM on Twitter. I'll just give it to Triple R. Let's see what he's got to say about this here.
All right. While I'm breaking it down, Keds, can you pull up the message there on the Twitter, and in there it has the link to the salary cap place?
I got you.
And share that screen, please. Now, DJ Moore. Let me preface by saying, love the guy. He's a dog of a football player, and we need more players like him. But here's the thing. There's a disconnect between him and Caleb Williams. It looks to be, to me at least, and to everybody else that's been paying attention. Now, we know that we have needs, and we know to get the needs filled, we have to have something to give up, whether that be draft capital or players. Now, let's look at what we need and what we have. We need running back. We need edge. We need maybe left tackle. We need cornerback, possibly. And hopefully we don't need safety. We should be good there. But we have needs. And what do we have ample of? Wide receivers. LB3 is supposedly, a DJ clone kind of player, quote unquote. Not bringing up Cole Kmet right now. We spoke on him earlier, but we can look at those numbers when we look at the numbers. But specifically with DJ, his contract that he and Poles agreed to last year or earlier this year is a bargain now in the wide receiver contract market, so to speak, because every new deal has to be higher than the previous. So what he's making now is a pretty penny, but it's a decent contract that teams will take kindly to salary cap wise. Now, being that DJ is in his prime and has a doable contract in the league, we can get something back for him in a need of a position that we need. We need to give up something or somebody good to get something in return or somebody back good. You know, like when you trade your baseball cards, that's a new thing nowadays. That same Pokemon card generation now back to the baseball and football cards. Well, we're talking about human beings here, but they're still players. So we got an abundance of wide receiver, and we got needs at running back in other places. Now, kids, are you there?
He's eating something probably.
Or he might have gone to tinkle.
I'm
All right,
here.
but when he gets back, we're gonna look at the salary. What was that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the salary cap situation, and the main inhibitant of, let's say, trading DJ, we thought was, well, it's going to be a huge salary cap hit. You know, same with Komet, because they just signed their deals. So when it comes off the team books, it's, you know, going to hit all in this year. But now, kids, of course, he's gone when we need to see this stuff. But this is why it's somewhat feasible to discuss, not because of a want, but because of needs. Now, Kez, did you hear anything that I said there?
He's trying to set the table for a DJ Moore trade.
Right. You muted, Kez. You muted.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry, my bad.
All right, so share this screen, and now look at the area of the salary where it says, you know, what the cap hits would be. Because you were saying that they can't trade DJ because of the 23 million or however much the salary cap hit would be, correct?
Dead money cap hit somewhere in and around 35 mil here, right?
All right, now hit that little arrow under where it says dead cap and savings.
The arrow.
You see the little drop down arrow menu?
Pre-June?
Yeah. Now click it one time.
All right.
And then go to trade.
Trade pre-June or trade post-June? That's clearly post-June.
Pick one.
All right.
How do those numbers change?
They change a little bit. You're looking at sorry, let me do this again. Cut pre-June. $60 million versus
not cut but trade.
I'm with you.
Okay.
And now we're trade post-June. Dead money turns into a $4 million situation, but what you're missing is that means they've paid him his cap number and his guaranteed salary. So that's why that number's come down to $4 million.
Yeah, but look at the other tab about the trade, like pre and post June. Look at them both. But looking at them both, you see that it's not a negative for the cap hit for the Bears to trade him, because the acquiring team picks up his new deal, and then all the dead money has already been accounted for. So, you know, trading, you know, DJ Moore, and I would hazard to guess that Cole Komet as well are now beneficial to the cap as opposed to putting a burden on the cap. So with those being the better players on the roster, with them being locked into contracts that are, you know, doable for caps around the league and teams around the league, seeing that Ben Johnson, you know, is willing to trade a veteran player away and roll with a rookie, or trade away a player who's not clicking with the rest of the team for other assets, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Komet and or DJ could be, you know, trade bait.
Well, from a dollars and cents perspective, I have to agree with you at this point, because again, a big chunk of what what is allotted is already being paid to DJ Moore, and that's sort of why these numbers look a little bit different. With respect to Cole Kmet, the numbers are actually much smaller. So it's actually something you can do with Cole Kmet at any given time. But I have a feeling they don't want to trade Cole, or I think they would have. He actually had an out this year, and the out was somewhere in and around $5 million. It wasn't a huge cap difference, but I thought it might be something that they would save. Considering that they went in and drafted a tight end, they retained him. $5 million, not a heck of a lot of money, but end of the day, they could make a move from Cole if they wanted to. Don't think they do, strangely. DJ Moore's a different story. Huge different story. He's my Jamaican brother in that respect. I gotta give him some love, but I'm just gonna say it as as obvious as it is. I think we're going to come to find very soon that we have something in Luther Burden. And this is the only shining light that I think will really come out of this particular year's draft. I think that's what we're going to get at the end of this draft, is the realization that, holy smokes, we have a talent that's not getting on the field in Luther Burden because we paid DJ Moore and he's ahead of him in the depth chart. I think that's going to be the realization very shortly. I think that, with respect to what Ben Johnson was alluding to, I think that might actually be what he was alluding to. And, a lot of folks are sort of saying, oh, DJ Moore. Why DJ Moore? Well, they just drafted another wide receiver. And if DJ ain't cutting it, and if DJ doesn't have a connection, like, let me be more frank with it. If there's no connection between DJ and Gizmo, as Trips would call, maybe there's a connection between Gizmo and LB3. Or maybe you can work on that and create one and build one. But you got to get him on the field to do all of the above. Can't do it with a $20 million wide receiver who's ahead of you.
I would say this, man. I was quiet the whole time, man. But Trips, man, I remember, and I'm actually talking about you right here, man. You're tight. I'm just gonna say you're really, really tight. And I'm gonna say this, man. I remember when I was in, I used to smoke Newports when I was in Atlanta, and I was working at the temp agency, and some of the guys would be outside smoking, just in between taking a break. And one of the dudes that used to come off the block, he used to just come around and just fool around with us. This motherfucker said to me, he said, "Man, you smoke like a Chinese man." What the fuck you talking about? He said, "Man, you tight as fuck, ain't you?" He said, "You tight." I said, "What you mean by that?" He said, "Man, don't nobody put out half cigarettes and come back and smoke them with Chinese people.
You gotta keep them shorts."
And so that's what Trips reminds me of, man, because he's always tight and in perpetual rebuild mode and trying to conserve for another day.
Frugality.
Kicked all the time because
Waste not, want not.
Really good players, get rid of really good players when you suck. That pisses me off. That's why I had to be quiet there. I just had to let that play out. That's my take on it. Anybody else got any rebuttal to that? Go ahead.
My rebuttal would have something to do with counting, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
Go there.
I'm messing with you, man.
Go there if you want to.
But at the end of the day, I'm less fussed with the dollars and cents here. I actually am. I know this roster right now is a little bit like just facts, right? Like Ryan Poles has spent a lot of money to lose, right? Like that's probably the best way to round that out. There's a lot of paper going around House Hall, and ain't nobody winning anything. So That being the case, Big Sam O's out there.
Samuel, I need help.
Oh.
I need help with these motherfuckers.
Oh,
tonight.
he ain't gonna help you. He gonna come in
Help
here
me.
and co-sign everything I just
These
finished saying.
motherfuckers, they
Samuel ain't nothing but another motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying?
I need
Against
help.
you.
I need help with them, and I can't do nothing with them tonight, man. They too much.
No man had to be quiet because he knows it's all facts spewing out here tonight.
Facts.
Y'all
And,
see
You know,
that?
because it's hard to dispute facts when you give up a goddamn 50 burger.
Both of you motherfuckers sitting there on a shitty pamper. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. I need somebody to come
These
change
last
me.
2 weeks was one big shitty pamper. I wish you were wrong, but damn, man, you're getting funky in the baby room. I'm just.
Do you want to get funky with me? Do you want to?
They need to be changed, Samuel. Somebody got to come in here and change
What
these.
happened, brother? All that happened is I laid it down, man. I laid it down.
Hey, Samuel, their ass red with rashes and shit on it, man. They ain't happy right now. They shit
Like an
right
orangutans.
Ain't my ass is red. It's Ryan Pohl's ass is red. His ass is red, and it's out.
He crying about it too.
Man, it's out. It's red, and he's crying.
Big boohoo crocodile tears.
You motherfuckers been incorrigible all night, and I just can't do nothing with that. I can't.
I'm just.
Well, that's what happens after a week of get having your squad getting the ass kicked like that. Not only kicked, but kicked, handed to him, kicked again, thrown around the Ford field, and then handed back to him again.
Mm-hmm. They packed it up in a bag, carried it out.
Yeah, I've been.
Some of that D toilet water.
Y'all been some big ass babies. Somebody got to change these pampers, man. I can't deal with it.
You know what'll change the pamper? Cowgirls ass whooping on Sunday. That will change the pamper nicely.
You damn Skippy. You damn straight.
Yeah, they still whining about it, Samuel. They still crying about it.
Well, remember, kids and No Maniacs and Super No Maniacs. Nomad got a head jump on his mental processing of dealing with the loss because he checked out like third quarter.
No, it was even before that.
No, it wasn't, man. It's not
it was. We didn't even get to halftime.
He said, "I'm already moved on." It's like we still playing the game. How you already moved on?
I knew you motherfuckers was gonna do with just wine. I was just preparing my mind for it, man.
I got a belly laugh about it because brother, when we went into that halftime, I gotta apologize to all y'all, man. I'm sorry. I lost my cool, man. I completely lost my cool when that penalty went down, and like there was just no. It was just like, yeah, we just giving him 7 points. Forget about it. I lost it. I went a little bit wild.
That motherfucker.
My man had to save the show. I'm giving you some love here. Hold on.
His mouth was wide ass open in that video. Go watch that.
It is. I was agape. I had to watch that little just the halftime.
Wait, what happened?
There was a moment there where I was just like, I don't even believe what's going on, and I had to stop. And you were like, yeah, it's cool. You know what I mean? We move on to next week. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I ain't sweating it. We'll move on to next week. But it just happened. How you moving on? It happened like 40 seconds ago, and what the hell just happened? What actually happened here? What is going on? But it was hey man, it was a rough goal last week, y'all. These last 2 weeks been a good shot in the nuts. So
well, you see, here's the thing though. I've been having to be on my best behavior, doing the live reaction with the No Maniacs and the Super No Maniacs and the live calls and all that stuff. Because I swear, if I was in here all alone, would have been some filth flams flying.
Well, same with you took a little 5, man. Like you're like, you know what? I gotta go, and you picked up. You took a little break because you're calling the show, and I don't blame you. You had to take 5. You picked up and left.
I
had to stop for a second.
You see, Samuel. Oh no, a scroll saying your mom sounds a gate. He said that sounds like Crazy Post did it.
there's no way to say there's no way to say it that doesn't. You know what I mean? There's just I got nothing, Scrolls. But I'm
Shut up.
sitting there with my mouth wide open because
Stunned,
I
shocked.
got something. Shut up, Scrolls, you nasty motherfucker.
oh damn. Yeah, licks.
But yeah, it was. We I thought week 1 against the Vikings was the baseline, and it's like, all right, we go up from there, and then that happened. Then that happened.
It's hard to say that after week 1 and then have what went down
Right,
week 2.
right.
Yeah.
So that has to be like the bottom, right?
This has to be. Oh no!
It only gets better from here.
So do you see what you're doing now?
Well, I'm asking. I'm right.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're asking.
No, I'm not saying, but I'm saying right because it's like they have to, do all the cliche things like talk about premonitions, but check out the Sports Chicago style post game wrap up from this past week. And it might have been myself, or it might have been Coach or Chef or Trip, I don't know. But somebody said, it might have been me, that we're going to hear, oh, we got to look ourselves in the mirror, look each other in the eye, have pride, respect the football gods, yada, 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 woo, woo, woo. And that's what we heard this week from out of Hallis Hall. So this is a gut check, nut check, whatever check it is. Now they are in the spotlight under the magnifying glass, and it's like, all right, Dallas, y'all are coming in and y'all suck, but the Bears, it's like this team. Are we gonna suck? Or are we gonna fight? Or are we gonna fight to suck?
I don't think we're gonna be sucking now. With your trifling ass.
I was looking at you, Scrolls.
Oh man, I don't know, y'all. I don't know what happens now. We're like I said, we came out of week 1 and you said, you know what I mean, like that's like rock bottom. We can only go up from here, and then we got slapped up, slapped up,
Malawap
for a couple hours on Sunday. The following Sunday, slapped up. And now it's week 3, and we've taken a stock, and we said, wait a minute now, we can only go up from here again. I'm so worried, man. I'm so worried that it's gonna
Man, we're gonna be all right.
Don't be spurred.
Karma's gonna be a chameleon again.
Don't be spurred.
You know,
We're gonna be all right.
Karma's a chameleon.
We're gonna be all right, man. Listen.
Okay.
The football stuff is it's like I think I put myself in a place when I detect. I'm gonna tell you guys, my weakness is listening to people complain and bitch and moan and grope. I'm not built like that. I'm a solution finding motherfucker. That's what I am. And listening to people complain and just point finger, I just can't stand it. So you understand why I get quiet and I start compartmentalizing and I start just letting people have it because I can't be a part of all that. I'm just not me and not the way I'm built. So I just shut the fuck up and let you motherfuckers vent. That's just what I do.
No, and I appreciate you doing that this time around. I am gonna ask you something though. If that's what you do, what's the fix? How do you solve all this?
I just told you. Just watch the All 22, man. If you guys want to see exactly what I think the solutions are to the problem, just watch that All 22. It'll tell you everything you need to know, man. It was some of the stuff was system related, and that's just because they're new to it. It's all kinds of new car smell to everything. And they are a step or two behind everything. And that's misassignments, just miscommunication, all kinds of stuff going on. People not being in place where they're supposed to be, people jumping off sides. That all has new car smell to it, to me. And I think they're a step behind or two behind everything right now. And that's just gonna get better. They'll get accustomed to it. They'll start, attacking a little bit more. You'll start seeing a more forceful team at some point. I don't know if it's gonna happen next week, but all I saw on film was a whole bunch of technical stuff. That's all I saw.
So time on task is what you're saying. Give it time is what you're saying.
Yep. That's basically what I'm saying.
Well, that's the one thing we can all give it. That's got another 15 games to go through. So we'll see how this thing. We'll see how this thing works its kinks out as we go through the season, and hopefully towards the end of the season we start to see some more.
Look at it this way: with all the talent that we have on both sides of the ball, what else would you give to that? What else would you say to that? Other than they're too talented, man, to play that bad. What else would be your conclusion to that after what you saw? They talented as fuck on both sides of the ball.
What I would say to it is just the most obvious thing to say.
What
are they? And are we maybe just buying, like drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit too, too much?
No, they talented, cuz. They talented.
What evidence do you have of this?
Film?
There's plays out there that if they're made, it's a different game. It's consistency. This team is not good enough to have turnovers. This team is not good enough to have penalties. There's plays out there, from, misses from the quarterback, misses from the running back, offensive line, defense, all the way go around. There's just a lot of consistently inconsistent. And that's where we're at right now. So it's there. We need more talent. We need more dogs, but there is talent on this team.
You get the new car smell idea?
Yeah, because they're still thinking. They're not playing and reacting.
We get what you're saying. It's funny you use that analogy because like everybody likes new car smell. I don't think anybody likes the way these last couple of games smell, but I feel what you're saying. I'm just being a little bit of the devil's advocate here because again, we're talking about 5 games out of 38 games over the course of the last couple of years, and here we are and beat up and down. There's film or no film, there's not a lot of evidence of us, of that talent and or that consistency that Triple R just kind of brought to light. But I can't agree with what you're saying. Time on task, you can build consistency. You can find your identity and start to work to make that a repeating, well-oiled machine. You rinse, wash, and repeat that formula, right? That scheme that you're putting together. So over time, again, you can build these things out, and we'll have to see that. But just like I'm saying, I'm not sold that there's evidence of it. I want to see it on the field. We need to see it as a fan base. They need to show it to us. I wonder why they get asked about the previous game clean up until Wednesday. You got to show it to us, guys.
Hey, I got to tell you, man. I had this girlfriend. She lived in the heart of the city. Had a studio apartment downtown. You can overlook. You can see the lake. It was beautiful, bro. High rise. She was way up there, and she bought this new Lexus, man. And it was a Lexus, kind of one of those little trucks, those in between vehicles, little mini SUVs.
Oh, crossover, yeah.
Yeah, she got one of those, and she was just like, she didn't like it, and she was like, that new car smell, that whole thing. I just got through saying, and I was just like, really, you tripping, man? I was just like, you tripping hard, and she's just like, it needs to be driven, and I live, south of the city. And
is this story with you banging her in the car?
No.
Okay. Continue.
Nah, I ain't do none of that. Trust me, her place is too goddamn nice to be racking it in the car, dog. Straight up.
Okay, that the deluxe apartment.
It was nice, man. And anyway, long story short, I take the motherfucker for a couple of days, ride it around. You know, I put some miles on that thing, man, and you know, got human in that motherfucker. So I got the homies in there, they blowing in there, you know, all that kind of shit. You know, I kept the motherfucker clean, but you know, it was some beer spilled in that thing, and you know, all that kind of stuff going on, drinks and shit. By the time I bring it back up to her and I park it, I go up there. She's going to class, right? She's going to class, and she comes back about 4 hours later or something like that and jumps in it. And I didn't see her for another hour and a half. She came back and she was smiling. She was just like, "What did you do?" I was just like, "What you mean, what did I do?" I'm looking around the apartment and shit like, "What you talking about?" And she's like, no. She said, "With the car." I was like, "I drove it like you told me to." She's like, "That's what I was waiting on. I don't smell new car." I was just like, damn. You know what I mean? It's like motherfuckers like us, like me. I just speak for myself that ain't never really had nothing like that. I never had a new car, still to this day. And she was busy trying to get rid of that smell and make the car normal and regular, and you know, just be a car. You know what I'm saying? She was just trying to get to that space with the car, and that tripped me out for a little while. But I got it a little bit later on. I was just like, well, okay, whatever. You want me to take it back down to the crib again? Said, yeah. All right, I ride around the crib some more and shit and fuck around. And, you know, that's weird. But to the conversation about new car smell and this team, I'm telling you guys right now, the new car smell is real. This team ain't been broke. It hasn't been broken in yet. That's what I'm trying to get at. It hasn't been broken in yet.
Scrolls, you're a funny guy. Because I was going to say something along those lines. You didn't have to put that up there.
Yeah.
Say something along
hey, dog. Hey, Scrolls. If you'd saw how good she was to me and how much she was into some me, and there's no way I could have at that point in my life been exactly what Scrolls is talking about, but I was absolutely opposite. I was just like, yeah, she was right, man. She was right, and I treated her right. I had female. I'm just telling you, I had female. She just didn't know about it. It was back at the crib. But anyway, y'all, let me ask you a question, man. Kids, you ever heard of the show called Doomsday Preppers?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Heard of it, yeah.
Ever? See, you've heard of it. So generally, just give a real quick take about what you think about that. You know, it's turned into a genre, and you know, I have my thoughts about it. I kind of told kids about that yesterday when we was talking. But what's your thoughts about doomsday and people that prepare for worst case scenario?
Well, I don't have a problem with it or anything like that. By all means, get prepared, do the things you want to do. I have peoples who I won't say he's a close buddy, but he's an old buddy. The homie I used to rap with. He is a crazy conspiracy nut, but he's on it though. But he moved out to the sticks, to the boondocks, got a nice little spot out there, and he just stockpiles and makes sure that he's straight in case you know what hits the you know what. So again, there's folks out there who do that. I know another girl, and it's not really a doomsday thing. It's just she's just a coupon clipper, and she gets crazy deals on bulk items. So her whole basement is just lit up with like, name something that's in there. Oh, you need like tuna? You know what I mean? You need toilet paper? Don't worry about it. Like she's got her own little Walmart in her basement, and they don't really need nothing because they buy stuff in bulk and they just store it. It's just what they do. Me personally, in a doomsday situation, as we discussed, I have my own little
I'll tell you what, before you go down that whole line, let's just do this right, man. We'll get right back to you.
when disaster strikes,
You got a whole thing. Damn.
Be
Okay.
ready. Be ready. Okay,
When
carry
the
on,
shit
Carrie.
goes down, you better be ready.
when the shit goes down.
First of all, what did y'all think about the music there, man?
It's pretty cool. It was definitely it sounded like Metal Gear Solid on Super Nintendo. I'm sorry, not Super Nintendo, but on NES. Metal Gear, the original.
I'll have to look that up, man.
Nah,
Just
you ain't missing
that
nothing. This is
sound-
like a 40-year-old game. I'm old.
Some of that shit sounds good, though, man.
For samples, yeah, it does sound good. It's like a little bit MIDI, just a little bit MIDI, but it's cool stuff, man. But yeah, like I say, I have my own little. These prepper types are usually nut jobs. Doomsday means doomsday. Even if you initially survive, you're just delaying the inevitable. Yo, Scrolly, that's kind of where my brain is, right?
Let me just tell my story. This would be easier so that everybody can follow up. My story goes like this. I was just like Scrolls at one point. I was like, these motherfuckers are tripping. I was like, they tripping, man. And then I start living life and living more life and more life. And I get to a place in my life where I'm down in Atlanta, Georgia, and I take a job doing emergency response, which I've told that story. It's not ambulance chasing. No, this is you respond to disasters. And part of that job, through that job and preparing for the opportunities and situations that we will be poured into, you have to prepare trailers and things like that. Like you like what's the agency that goes around trips and responds to disaster here in the United States? FEMA. So you basically setting up private FEMA trailers to go to each place to respond to those disasters. And through those, I learned how to do a whole lot of stuff. And, again, I told kids this privately, you stock a trailer and you got to put certain things in it so you prepare for every scenario. Even as stocked as those trailers were, you don't prepare for everything. There's always going to be something missing. And so you prepare like that. You're constantly trying to fill in blanks. And, the guy that owned that company, that guy fell in love with me, man. I mean, not physically. I'm just talking about personality. My personality. He just loved me, man. And he's a very, very wealthy guy. He lived in the hills of Tennessee. And he was a very good guy. Very, very good guy. And he invited us to his conclave, bro. And we went up there. And this guy's I'm talking about a sprawling hills complex. I'm talking about like shit you see on TV. It's just like, holy shit. This motherfucker's got wine cellars with hundreds of fucking bottles of wine down there. And it's legit. It's like cobblestone floor, cobblestone wall. And he's got this big vaulted door. Shout out to Samuel. Thank you for that, man. He's like, it's like intro to a score for a Doomsday movie. That's exactly what I was going for, bro. But anyway, we down here in this guy's cellar, and the cellar turns into and I guess an underground vault container, which I'll get into in a minute. But he opens this thing, it was just like click, click, click. It had like, if you could look at an old sailboat with that kind of wooden wheel on it, that's what this steel wheel on this door looked like. And it sounded like click, 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 click. And it was just like he's trying to get to some combination on it. And then boom, it hit it, and it just opened up. And inside there, he's got everything. Everything, kids. I'm talking about food, rations, medicine, living quarters. He's got it all in there. And later on, after I, ventured through that whole thing and saw how nicely he had that shit set up for him and his family, had a couple of kids. We ended up later on after drinking some of that rich ass wine. Ain't nothing like the taste of some old ass wine. If you haven't had a chance to taste it, that is different. Different when you talking about like some 80, 90-year-old wine. It's different. Anyway, we're out on his balcony, out on his patio, and he struck up a fire on this big, huge ass fire pit. And now I'm just sitting out there with him, and he's telling me how much he appreciates me. And, you know, he was telling me some things about rich people. And he told me, he said, let me tell you something. Long as you live, just remember this. No matter how well you do in this life, just remember there's always people with a whole lot of money and a whole lot of power trying to tear this motherfucker apart for their own selfish reason. And so don't ever overlook or just thumb your nose to people that are trying to prepare for a day that might happen. And that was at least a decade ago when he told me that, about somewhere around a decade. And this sticks to me to this day. And I told kids about a story that I went through. I'll wait to tell that story later if you want to hear it. But it sat in with me, and I started to move differently. I started to at least make some provisions for myself in case some things start to happen. And so that's where my story with prepping started. Let me show you guys something. This is kind of what my basement looks like right now. This is like my pantry right now. This is what my pantry looks like right now. The exact same kind of shelving that's going on down there. You see those little black shelves? That's exactly what I got in my basement. Mine is way bigger. The only difference in my basement and this one is there's a door right there in front of you. My door is you gotta climb some stairs to get to it. But this is kind of what my basement looks like. This is light, prepper stuff right here. This is just really lightweight stuff. You just got essentials down there. You got a little mini grocery store in your basement. And so I started to do this, and I think it's prudent to do that and make sure you spend a little bit of money to make sure you got supplies in your own home so you can at least, make provisions for yourself in crisis situations.
Well, I agree with that sentiment in general. You plan for a long holiday weekend when the stores are closed by going shopping, because if you don't go shopping before Friday and the stores closed, you ass out till Tuesday, and you don't want to be ass out. No diddy. When there's a blizzard coming, you stock up on, your staples in the house because you won't be able to get out, or the trucks with the supplies won't be able to get in. But that's just a few days. But when we're looking at doomsday stuff, if you don't have the resources to have the land to develop for that, it's hard to do. And even if you do have those resources, eventually, no matter how stocked up you are, that shit's gonna run out. You're gonna run out of stuff.
Always go there. Like eventually you're gonna be fucked anyway.
Well, because you are.
Because we're talking about doomsday.
Oh no,
because it's doomsday, and so
Wednesday.
Eventually, all whatever supplies are gonna run out or get contaminated. Something's gonna happen, but eventually you're gonna have to re-merge into the world. And what will that be like? Who knows? We don't know. But it reminds me of this conversation. Reminds me of a saying: some people fight to live, others live to fight. Some people dying to live, others living to die. So you go down in your bunker and you seal yourself away. Okay, you're living, but are you alive? I mean, you're sealed up. You're in the tomb, basically. And so it's like, all right, you're alive, but okay, you're in a tomb. And like, what if some claustrophobia? I mean, I'm not trying to be locked up like that. So if something goes down, I'm staying out. I'm getting that early radiation. I'm getting that early whatever the hell it is. And I'm gonna be the one that's gonna be the one that takes over the ones that are out there, because you got to be of sound mind and body to be able to take over other minds and bodies. And you can be the Negan of The Walking Dead, and I'll have my own little army. So the ones that now my army, I'm gonna go to your preppers and doomsdays people's spots and take all of their shit.
Hey, Trips, hold on. See, you got the kind of mind that I can relate to.
Who does he sound like?
Hold on. He's got the kind of mind that I can relate to.
Okay.
So this is basic pre-prep stuff. And so like if you're in let's just say if you live in a place that you don't have the space to, maintain something like this and kind of keep, tabulations of a whole bunch of stuff. This ain't even a whole bunch of stuff, to be honest with you. This is what you do. This is what you do. This is called a bug out kit, Trips.
Mhm.
This is
Yeah,
called,
a go bag.
you're familiar with this, right? This
Oh, yeah.
is this is your basic essentials if you're living in a place that okay, you can maintain for about a week or two, and you got everything you need inside that place. And when that's all over, let's just say you live in New York City in a high rise and everything is happening. Let's just say a flood is happening and you can't even get downstairs because the water has risen to a certain level. And once that water rescinds and you need to move around, this is what they call a bug out kit. Tell me about some of the things that you see in this image, and do you recognize? You can obviously recognize a shovel. You can obviously recognize a WD-40, a pot, but some of this other stuff in there. What do you think this stuff is, and what is it useful for?
Well, you got an EpiPen, you got a filter, you got some bolt cutters, you got a pot to boil water.
You can piss in the pot too if you need to.
Well, you can piss wherever the fuck you want to. It's doomsday.
That is also true.
You got your little shovel if you got to dig a hole, or you want to dig a fire hole. What do you call those fucking underground fire holes? Not a Dixie hole, not a glory hole, but
no, definitely not the last one.
it's the one where you put the hole there and you put another hole there and the smoke goes down. I can't remember the name of it right now, but yeah, that's a bug out kit. But you also need a regular go bag, and the go bag contains a zip-locked change of clothing, a pair of jeans, a nice hoodie, a clean t-shirt, pair of socks, because if something goes down, you're wet, you're injured, or your clothes are messed up, you got to be able to change. You got to have some foods out there, like some energy bars, protein bars, things that'll get you going, a couple bottles of water, hand tools, a few i.e. improvised things that you can use as weapons. But a go bag is different than a bug out kit. They're similar for needs, but different items inside.
So this I guarantee you all the stuff you said about food and other little stuff is inside this bag. They're just showing you the surface of it.
Okay, yeah. All right.
I'll go through a couple
all that.
things on here that you probably didn't notice. You see that paracord down there twisted up by the shovel?
Yeah.
Very, very important. You can split and you can pull, you can turn every one of those little strings that make up that cord into something else. It's very, very important. You got a pair of boots down there or shoes, is some kind of boots. You got what you see up top at the right is, of course, a gas mask with a filter, but next to it to the left, that's a what you call, it's the same thing. That's a sipper. They call that a I forget what they call that, but it's something like
it filters your water for you.
Yeah, it filters your water. That's a water filter situation right there. Same thing down at the bottom, at the very bottom underneath the bug out bag, that blue thing down there, that light blue, same thing. They call that a life something. A life something. They call that, you put that right in water and it's got custom built-in filtration to it. So you go right to a river and put that right in the river. And by the time that thing goes through your straw, you got clean water going through there. It ain't gonna hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You also have, bolt cutters up there at the top. You have flashlight. Thought I seen a wire cutter somewhere. And you got, of course, down there, it looks like some bullshit, but that's probably the most important thing in this bag outside of medicine, and that's duct tape next to that pop. Pop. That is good for all kinds of different reasons, man. Things that I can tell y'all about over and over. There's a filter up there to the top left, right up under what looks like a tennis racket with a bunch of batteries and shit in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's used as a filter for all kinds of different, you can sift stuff out of whatever. You want doing some water filtration, you want to get some of the sediment out of it, you can use that for that. And of course, the shovel down there you can use for all kinds of different reasons. But that pot, you ain't gonna go wrong with that. And so there's all kinds
Gotta
of
make sure you gotta have a flint and steel to start a fire and or some waterproof matches.
that's all in that bag.
Where's
somewhere.
the pistol? He says.
Hey, it's in there too. This is
Right.
a clean, YouTube sanitized version of a bug out kit. Trust me, that's in there.
Man, because like you can't see it now, but I'll show you in a minute. But yeah, everything that is in that kit, people should just have around their house, just for everyday use or every month use or whenever the hell you need it. And at least have a bag available that you can put the stuff in. But yeah, it's more desirable to have a dedicated bag that you just have in the back of a closet someplace, accessible, but not in the way or that's gonna, be destroyed any kind of way, that you can just pick up and bug the hell out.
You know what, Trips? I just deconstructed my bug out bag. I'm not a serious prepper whatsoever. I'm one of those motherfuckers that's prepper light, as they would call me. I had a kit because I was living in an apartment before I moved back here and got this house. And so I kept me something around me so I can, just in case some shit really did happen, I had everything I needed in a bag or so, and I can just move and get on about my business. But I deconstructed that since I came to the house. And so if you think this is a bit much, y'all think that's a bit much, am I going overboard, man?
No, you good. I mean, it's you good.
All right, so this is a big time preppers. This is just a corner version of what they might have in their place. This looks like some grocery store aisle, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, but that's the thing though. Also, they can't be like your man that showed you his spot. That was a mistake, because now you know where his spot is.
No, he trusted me.
Well, that was a mistake.
That was his first.
Anybody else but me, it's not a mistake.
Because when you get hungry, when you get thirsty, it's like, hey, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. You got some Count Dracula, you got some Frankenberries, you got some. I need some of those graham crackers. And it's like, no, and it's like, oh, well, now I'm gonna bring my army, and we gonna burn you out. We gonna smoke you out, or we gonna however we getting you out. But we getting you out, and we taking all your stuff, and we eat all your stuff, and then we gonna eat you.
Oh, so you why you go to such damn extreme with?
Because I've seen the movies, man.
Doomsday, brother. It's a little bit extreme situation, don't you think?
This man talking about eating people and shit. What kind of crazy?
Hey, meat is meat, baby. When you get hungry,
You don't watch.
didn't you see that movie with the soccer team that crashed up in the mountains, and they had to eat their teammates and shit?
Man,
I mean, you do what you got to do when you hungry and you want to survive.
Hey, Trip, I legit think you capable of that, man. I really do.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not. Well, over.
All right, that's a serious prepper. You talking about prepper?
Hmm?
This is really prepper shit right here. That shit that looked like my basement. That ain't nothing. This is the real deal shit. And this is just a small corner of what the motherfucking crib looked like. Here's what, when I tell you, excuse me, let me pull this down for a second so I can say this. You really think that it's people that's just nutcases just sitting on the fringes of society that are doing this. I'm telling you right now, I've been proven wrong about that because I used to think the same thing myself. This is a big time business and endeavor for a lot of people that got a lot of fucking money. When I say a lot, there you go, Trip. That's that paracord. He's got a big ass bag of it.
Yeah, and
you need
so many use. Real quick, Nomad, you have the duct tape, but also get you a couple rolls of hockey tape. Like you wrap around hockey sticks, that kind of tape. Because you can wrap it around a lot of different things and it can get wet. Unlike duct tape, it won't slip.
I'm gonna have to write that down. I'm putting that on in my. Got to get it.
Yeah,
Mm,
and it's very versatile.
Yeah, hey dog, that's real. I like that. But that paracord, if I was you, Trip, cut that bitch up and put it in separate bags. So you got it's not in just one piece. Cut that bitch up.
Oh yeah, I've been utilizing it in other ways other than just bugging out. Bugging out, bugging out, bugging out, you're bugging out. I've been, using it for stuff. But yeah, but whatever you got to do to have just a few cases of water on hand in the house. Have a box that you have in the bottom of the closet, that has foods in it, canned goods that you can open up and eat that you don't need a fire for. Just to have those things in case something goes amiss with the energy grid, the power grid. And it's nothing, doomsday-ish, but it's out long enough to be more than an inconvenience or an annoyance. Now it's a health safety hazard issue. And you want to be able to survive long enough for the cavalry to get there. So you got to have a few things in the house, but in certain basements, you got more than a few things. Or some places you got a whole goddamn Costco that you're basically living in. So
Like,
Let me
no, man, does he not sound exactly like what I was saying last night?
He
What's
wants
that?
to knock off a big chainsaw. Yeah,
Brother, I have a whole, and like that's why I'm a little bit quiet, because I
well,
have a plan.
let me get to what you can go
You
ahead
gonna
and
hijack
plan.
Costco.
Let me speak to what Crimson said, because this is very, very important what he just said. Pro tip, and I'm gonna ask you some questions about this a little bit later on. This is something that I'm gonna read what he says first. He says, pro tip: learn what mushrooms are edible and what is poison.
And which
Mushrooms
ones have psilocybin in them?
mushrooms are very, very important in this ecosystem, and you can really get by for a long time if you do know exactly what Crimson is saying. What I would tell you is that the only cheat that you can have if you don't know anything about foliage and what's in the forest and in and around you, get a goddamn book. Get a book, and if read the shit, and it's going to tell you all kinds of different things about leaf shapes and all that kind of stuff, and what different berries that are edible. That shit is invaluable. I got one down there somewhere. It's in one of these kits I got put together, but that shit I don't even know very well, and I need to know it better. To be honest with you, I just defer not to even mess with none of that stuff until I know the stuff cold. You know what I mean? So that's real right there. So shout out to Crimson for that. That's gold he just gave you guys.
What if you don't like mushrooms particularly?
I love mushrooms.
Do you?
Yeah. On pizza.
Yeah, you don't have to like them if you're starving.
I guess not. I guess like is a little bit secondary in that scenario. But yeah, no, like I say, I'm not really in a position to prep. I'm doing other things. So, if you know what hits you know what, as I say. I have a whole plan. I've already mapped out my particular surroundings.
He's already speaking
You
to
know what I'm
you're
saying
right now. So go ahead and read what Samuel said.
Samuel's saying, I've watched enough Walking Dead and Doomsday movies to know that you can't survive alone, and choosing the right clique is paramount to your survival. And
I am Negan.
Yeah, me. That's exactly who I am. I'm 1,000,000,000% Negan. I'm gonna I'm going to build a quick team. I build my crack A team, and we go. Unfortunately, for the rest of the world, we go out on a spree, and this spree may not necessarily be all that above board or beneficial to people outside of my particular team. But if you want to roll, you can roll with us. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just how it is. There's certain things that I require out of everything that you've shown here tonight. That water filtration straw is probably the one thing that I would like to have access to before hits the fan, as well as a a gas mask with a filter. Those are the two things that I would like to have access to. Everything else I'm taking, and
Bird,
that's what's happening.
you get what I
Let me show you
need.
something. Let me show you guys something right quick, and just ask you guys. I'm asking you for a kind of a guesstimation. Look at this. This is how deeply this thing is embedded in the culture in the United States, and I'm not going to say the United States, everywhere. This is called a storage container bunker that's about to be buried into the earth, and you see up to the top right. What you see poking out up at the top is a stairwell coming up out of the bunker. They're going to bury everything in and around that. And you see the very top, that's the flap, that's the door. They open that up and they're out into the world. And you can see there's a 2-level or kind of 2-layer sectioned off. You got the very first part, that's your walkway, probably your little living room area. And back in the back of here, you probably got rooms and storage and for food and all that kind of stuff back in here. And it's about to be buried into the earth. Give me a guesstimation, kids. We'll start with you. About how much do you think an endeavor like this might cost your average person?
Your average person could
Well,
never.
More than they can
Your
afford.
average person could never afford this. Look at what's going on here. Clearly, they need to have access to an acre of land just to start things out, to put your bunker on in order to access it. Next piece is just the storage container alone. You can probably get a shipping container for in and around $7,000, maybe a little bit less USD. 100K, perhaps. Then
that's more than just the
100K
shipping
for
container.
you talking about 100K for the job or all the shipping container and all the.
Oh, that's a couple mil right there, baby.
I'm thinking
the digging and the burying and all that has to come to it.
this is what I'm trying to say. I'm thinking there's a lot more dollars and cents required here than even just 100K. But like maybe like let's just say the land costs you 40 grand. Say the land costs you 40K US. Each one of the bunkers themselves might cost you about 7 to 10K US. It's actually closer to 100K.
Well, I would say more than that because you're right about a shipping container, but that's not a shipping container.
Oh, it's a shipping
That-
container.
I mean, it is, but it's upgraded.
Oh yeah. It's
To
not
be able to, survive buried underground. You got to have filtration for air. You got to have water. You got to have something to do with your sewage, but the thing is, you got all that, and you got one goddamn door. And if anything happens and a tree blows over or whatever, and you can't open that door, now you're in your tomb still.
Mhm.
So it's like, even if I was invited to be like, hey, Doomsday's coming. Hey, Triple R, you want to come into my storage container bunker? It's like, nah, I'm good. Appreciate the offer, but eventually we're gonna be in there choking each other out. You know what I mean? Because there's nowhere to go.
The major flaw I see in this design, and there's only one that really, really pokes out to me, is the design of how, let's just say, horizontal the door is. I think that thing needs to get a little more vertical and to with a little angle to it, so it's not so flat. Like anything in the world could land on that door, and you're not able to open that up. I think if it's at an angle, you stand a better chance. You're going up against gravity. You're going straight up out of the earth against gravity. Just try to get yourself out of that thing, versus you at an angle where you can use a little bit of leverage and kind of force your way out of that thing. I think that thing, they build it up a little bit more and kind of tilt it forward, so the door is kind of almost, sitting parallel to the land or something. I don't know, but that's the only design flaw I see in that.
I see a bunch of design flaws because
There's a whole bunch.
there's no way that you know how, like, what the Doomsday or extension level event is going to be. So if it's something that, we'll just say is an airborne virus, you're cooked. This doesn't help you at all.
I think what Samuel is trying to say, he's talking about the air filtration
Because if that's basically what I just said without saying it. If the
Also-
air is compromised, then you suffocate regardless, right? So if it's like an airborne disease or the poison gas, it's just gonna seep through the air that you're trying to breathe, and you're in a bad situation.
I'm just looking. I'm looking. Where's your alternate? And I'm starting to see it towards the front of that thing. There's some piping and shit coming out of there. I don't know if it's fireplace related or I don't know, but there's probably some shit going on underneath this build with some. It's probably some other shit going on under here we can't see. It's a good foundation, well dug out. You know, this is how deeply entrenched people are in this. Here's kind of what they look like when they get done. This kind of build. This is what it looks like on the outside.
Like a bunker.
This is.
I ain't get the scratch for that.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit light. You know what I mean? Like personally, along these lines, if I had this kind of paper, I would do it so much differently than what they have.
But you would do it.
No, I wouldn't.
Well, hold on. I'm a bit of a different cat. So
No,
like at the end of the day, I'm not really into like this type of stuff, but I would go and buy my way into a safe location that is, you know, not easily accessible and stockpile in that regard. Like I've always told my kids, like if I had the loot, I would go and buy a nice little spot on the thighs. Well, no, just not far from here, Thousand Island.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, but I'm rolling with Samo, and he said, "Me and my clique, I'm down. I'm coming to take that bunker." You know what I mean? It's like, oh, y'all got a nice bunker. That looks like my bunker. What y'all doing in my bunker?
It does. And
First
that's
of all,
what things.
It's too noticeable.
It's right out there in the open, and
yeah, but any prepper is has to have some sort of exhaust. Okay, cool. You got chimneys and charcoal and sand and all this other stuff to filter and all this, but there's gonna be exhaust waste. You can't just keep flushing the toilet and overflowing the septic tank. You got to have water. You got to have air. There's just too many 98-cent parts that fail.
All right, so I'm trying to worry about you.
Will mess everything out.
You're always worrying about some gay shit, man.
Well,
but you gotta have ammo.
The potential for that to go down in a doomsday situation is real. It's funny, but it's real. Look, for me,
no. You quit trying to cut. Hey, scroll.
Man, sit your ass down.
There's a whole show called The Last Man on Earth, and that's kind of how it looked from.
That's a hilarious fucking show. I like
it. That show. It's a great show, man. It's so funny. I wish they kept it on.
Oh yeah, that was I remember that show.
I wish they kept it on. It was just getting good, and they canceled it. But the best thing is like he finally finds a girl, and he's like, "Oh, she ugly," and he doesn't want to really deal with her. And then he kind of realized, "All right, fine," it's just me and her. We're the last people on the earth, I guess. I guess we'll do it. And then then Boris Kodjoe come out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh snap! Now I'm ugly. It's a problem. Anyways, great show, funny show. Me personally, if we're looking at all of this stuff, if I had unlimited funds or the type of funds in like to do something like what we're talking about here, I would build it underwater. That's what I would do.
Well, you talking about millions, tens of millions.
I'm talking about what?
Tens of millions of dollars.
Bro.
Well, here's the thing though. Underwater in a bunker, in a shipping container. The thing is, when you go in there and you seal those doors behind you, you are cognizantly aware of the fact that you may not open them again, or you may not go out those doors again.
You're damn straight.
You got some kind of claustrophobia, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's understandable. Now I get it.
Yeah, I ain't trying to be all sealed up in there forever.
Well, the idea is so this whole genre is about okay, there's preparation for nuclear war. There's preparation for, airborne viruses. There's preparation for banking system collapses. There's preparation for, martial law. All of these things differently, and there's several other more, things that you have to, prepare for. And what do you do in lieu of these things, right? And every last one of them have their own validity. And we look at them things now as we sit in a structured society that's settled and we don't have those kind of problems. The idea that these people have is that nothing lasts forever. And in case these things don't work out and societies collapse and things start to go left, and they do in countries all the time. We're just fortunate to be living in countries that we don't have that issue now. And the idea is to prepare just in case. A lot of these people spend tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands, several millions of dollars to do all these kinds of projects. Maybe won't ever be able to use them. But to prepare for, if you make provisions for yourself to do something like this, so that if you only get it for a year and you only have it for a couple of years, you can only provide for your family for a couple of years. You gave your family a couple more years than everybody else did. That's the thought. You know what I mean? You're just trying to preserve self and family. That's the idea. And I don't think it's crazy. I thought it was crazy until I saw some stuff. And I do think it's prudent. I think it's a really good idea if you can do it. Yeah, Trip's tripping, ain't it?
No, no, it looks like a tomb. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I get it, man. I get it. But this is real, man. This ain't nothing. This ain't nothing that I'll tell you something else, man. How I kind of really found this stuff. I was in Marietta, Georgia, rolling down. If you've been to Marietta, Georgia, everybody knows where the Big Chicken is. It's on one main road. I can't remember exactly what road it is. The Big Chicken. You go to Marietta, Georgia, you see this big ass chicken. It's a goddamn it's a restaurant. Anyway, I'm riding down the road, getting ready to go to the house, and I got to go past there to get on the road to my house. And I'm riding. I see this surplus store. It says an Army surplus store, and it's just like a whole bunch of it was big. I was just like, what the fuck going on in here? And so I already had some shit on my mind. This is before I really bought my first items. You're talking about the straw that filters your water, all that shit I had in my mind. And I run into this surplus store, it's Army surplus store. And I go in there, and it's like you go in there, kids and Trips, you in the South, remind you. I'm just reminding you guys, I'm in the South. And it's like a recruiting ground for militia.
Uh-huh.
They're checking you out. And I got to tell these motherfuckers, I'm like, hey, man, back your ass up. I'm just trying to get some supplies. I'm out of here. Oh, well, you need to give me your cards and flyers and shit. And I'm like, man, y'all tripping. Getting the fuck out of here. Because everybody got a gun down there on their hip. And so that's where that world kind of opened up to me. And I'm just like, I'm just in here to get me some something to put some water in case. I'm talking about putting a literal little plastic thing in my tub or in my shower so I can catch water and turn it into this big balloon, and I can have that for a couple of weeks. That's really what I was in there for, in that straw, water filtration. And I got recruited by a militia.
Huh. Did you join the group or no?
Hey, man, them motherfuckers that got me out in the woods, and you wouldn't even be hearing from me no more.
And that's exactly Diddy.
No, they was on some other shit.
I bet they were.
Yeah.
It was on some other shit.
Bo and Luke Duke.
Damn.
All right. One last thing to get to before we get out of here. I know y'all hate talking about it, and I hate putting y'all through it. But the truth is, there's a little bit of news going on with hold on with this.
Shout out to the big homie Quatu, to Beldar Conehead, and to
just for the record, kids, we got a lot of nice little intro videos with some good music to it. This is by far my favorite.
Oh, you like that one? It's a dope one.
I love it.
It's dope. That one works very well. Gotta say.
It gets me every time I listen to it. I get to a place. Yeah, but all right. So the whole thing, I'm not gonna go get carried away because we do need to get out of here. But there is some news.
Okay.
And so I'm just going to describe it before I show it to you. So as 3i Atlas is moving through space, all the astronomers around the world are putting telescopes on this and big, huge money into observing this thing. And it's starting to do some things that is, I guess, not normal to people in that community. And let me just show you what it looks like. And so now the thing is turning green, and some people have explained it, and so it makes sense to me. And apparently, as you move through, it did not come from this solar system, so it came from outside the solar system. So that's why they call it an interstellar object, right? And so as it moved into the solar system with all the space particles and junk and things that's out there, over time, as it gains momentum into this solar system and gets closer to planets and things like that, it's going to pick up some space dust or particles and things like that. It's going to kind of wrap itself around that, and also some plasma that's out there in the space. And, you know, trust me, I don't get that part of it, but those are the words I heard. And that's starting to, you know, form kind of a cocoon around this object. And so it's giving it a color now. And so that's really got a lot of people kind of paying a whole lot of closer attention. It's colorful now, and people are just like, ooh, wow, all that kind of stuff. And there's also another object that just came into the solar system, even bigger than this thing, called I think they call it Swan.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Comet Swan. I'm just saying.
Is that coming toward us too?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I'm just saying, man. There's a lot going on out there, bro. And I'm gonna shut up for a second and let y'all talk.
Well, all you doomsday preppers, when the E.T. on Holmes get here and they hungry, you know, they know exactly where y'all at. They like, oh, y'all in that little sardine can. Look at them all down there, all canned up for us, and they just dig right into the earth and pick y'all up like just worms. Because I don't know what the hell's going on with turning green, and is it slowing down from its, you know, space journey, and now it's just, you know, who the fuck knows? But it's like, hey, is it getting closer? Because we got to have patience with our football team for we win some Super Bowls, so it can't get here before that, right? You know, cool.
You worried about something happening before we can see success with the Bears, and you don't want to have wasted all your years of your life supporting this team before the aliens get us and start.
Well, whether it be a doomsday scenario, aliens, or just natural causes, you know, I ain't, or you ain't, or ain't nobody gonna be here forever, and we hope that we have tomorrow and next week and next month and next season, but ain't none of that shit guaranteed. So a lot of frustration is like, hey, this team has sucked for so many years. It's like, well, can we win? Why am I rooting for this team? Can my team win? Let's go. And that's like, you got aliens coming, and then you got the doomsday preppers, and it's like, oh shit, we got maybe another 2-3 games left in ever. You know what I mean? Before Cueto gets here and sends all our asses to Mars.
Oh, he's here. Open your mind.
Yeah, I mean. So I mean, it's like, I was like, oh damn! Now there's another thing in the galaxy, bigger, and it's like, why is it bigger? Why has it got to be bigger? Why would it be bigger? What's in it so big? Is it a lot of stuff that they carrying in it, or is it a lot of stuff that they hope to put in it and take back with them? I don't like none of those scenarios. Not one. I don't like none of it. Mm-mm.
So let me tell you something. How I got interested in this. There was some, and it's a janky ass. I don't want to call it janky because he did have some. It was some good content on there. It's an old website. It's been there for a long time, and I don't even know if they got updated stuff. I haven't seen this website in probably 7-8 years. It's called Sightings, and it was the author of that website is called Jeff Rentz. And I used to, late at night when you just surfing, you get ready to go to bed and you just don't want to go to bed because you're busy with your mind, and your mind don't want you to go to bed because you're looking at shit, right? And I'm looking at this, and he's got all kinds of people, credible people, military people. They have stars and bars and all that kind of stuff on his site, telling stories that, now we're starting to get the gist of that he's been talking about for a long fucking time, putting a lot of people on there, telling all these stories about their experiences. You talking about people that have had their lives turned upside down because of threats of exposure, people that have lost their lives because threats of exposure of things that they saw, things that they witnessed. And I used to be one of those types, like, these motherfuckers are nuts. And I'm no longer that type. No longer. I believe that some of these people have legit stories to tell. Some of these people are straight up, they crazy. Some of them. But some of these people, you can't just keep thumbing your nose at people who've seen and witnessed stuff on army bases, secret, government, projects that they are sworn not to ever speak a word of, and they lost their life because they did. You can't keep ignoring all that kind of stuff like it's nothing. There's some legitimacy to some of the stories that they tell. And I'm not trying to turn anybody towards this kind of content. What I'm saying to you is it's easy to turn your nose up at whatever. That's just you're just not being open to some of the things that people have experienced in their lives. You just don't know.
Well, Quato says, Quaid, Atlas 31 is coming here to save the Bears. That's what Quato says, man. And I'm straight up with him. I'm not sure what the significance of this thing turning green is outside of the old K Solo quote. When I get mad, I turn green. It could also be attributed to the Incredible Hulk as well. Besides that, I feel like it's moving really slowly. I don't know if anybody else has similar comments. Like something that is potentially a spaceship. Don't you think it's moving a little bit slow?
No.
Cruise control, chilling.
This thing is moving slow.
Well, I mean,
137,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but I watch Star Trek and shit. Like, it should move. Warp speed. What's up with that?
137,000.
Hey, Archangel Garrus Valkyrian's in the mix.
Can you even
have magnesium asteroids that can turn color? That makes sense. Because magnesium is burning off the asteroid, so that would actually turn the color. That actually makes so much sense, and that's like straight out of Star Trek for me. A great show.
Straight out of Star Trek.
Fascinating, Captain.
Yeah, just for the record, Crimson upped it a little bit. He says 140k miles per hour. You might not realize just how ridiculously big the universe is.
Well, I'm still not impressed. I think that it's I'm not impressed. I'm not.
Can't say yeah, fuck all that.
That's exactly what I'm saying in the nicest possible way.
That's all right. While we have these conversations in a different community, in a different platform, on a different apparatus about these things, watch us blow up. I'll find some other conversationalists about this. How about that?
Oh no, I'm not, because I'm not denying that
watch us blow up.
There would be other life forms or something out there. It's just I don't know how to prepare myself for it. It's like, hey, That could
Start
be
doing
an
homework, bring some
alien, alien thing coming toward us. Well, what do we do? Well, do we prep and get bunkers? It's like, well, no, because that's not a doomsday thing unless it is. What do you do? I'm too busy in my everyday life to not to alter, but not to know what to alter to prepare for their coming.
There's no
Other
preparation.
than it's like, hey, look at that shit. Oh, they coming. All right, y'all ready? All right, knuckle up, guard your grill. Let's see if they friendly or not.
What if I told you, Kez? Kez and Trips. What if I told you that people are looking outwardly for, some kind of alien life, and it's already here? What if I told you it's already here and amongst you?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And so again, Trips,
because Earth girls are easy. Everybody knows that in the universe.
it's a whole thing, man. I'm just telling you, bro. And it's a big, 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 huge community that people are marginalized because people think outside the box, and they don't like being marginalized, so they gang up and get together. Just saying, they have a community out there, just like we have a Bears community.
Oh yeah, well, they've always had Area 51, since then, and the lunar landing, and it's fake or not, and that's nothing new. It's just more prevalent now because of the internet and the reach of it, as opposed to just back in the day when they were just clustering in huts or wherever the hell they met. But I'm not saying that they're crazy, even though some of them may be. But there's life out there. This is not the only planet in this whole universe that has intelligent life. And I use the word intelligent loosely. And now our young civilization
Build our coneheads in the mix. Shout out.
Is trying to must consume mass quantities, is trying to spread out. We're just trying to get to the moon and or Mars. We're trying to get a couple planets away. We got that deep I forget the name of it, the Galaxy probe that's been out in space since I was in high school, like in the 80s. Was it I don't remember what the hell was the name of that thing, but it sends back pictures every now and then.
Okay, yeah.
But there's definitely life out there, and is more intelligent than us because we stupid as fuck. So, if they have a vessel that can slow down at will, or that other video you showed that the Air Force guy fired the Hellfire missile at it, it was like, hey, who you shooting at? And it just kind of dip diver, to the side. And I was like, yeah, I'm out. Those things, beings from other places already having our form, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers type shit. Where we can look at them and say, oh, damn, using alien? I didn't even know. You know what I mean? And so all of that shit could be happening right now. And I don't doubt that it's not. I'm sure that it is. But it's like, I ain't in it. So whatever. Good luck with that.
One time I was in North Georgia, and I didn't know that there were so many people in these communities. And I'm telling you, Trips, kids, you have no idea about left brain people who think outside the box and how much of a community they find with each other. I was like, holy shit. There's like pyramids in Georgia that people don't know about. They was telling me about. I'm sitting there. These are the coolest, nicest people you will ever meet in your fucking life. And I'm just saying openly, I love those folks. I absolutely love them just because of the type of people that they are. They're not scared to be themselves. They are down with the earth and trying to take care of it and trying to be better people. There's all kind of community in those. And I'm just letting people know that, hey, I'm one of you. I'm just doing something else right now. But this world right here, I'm with it. 110%.
What does that mean?
That means that I'm definitely going to do more content on this topic.
Oh,
maybe in a different space, and maybe people should subscribe to the channel so that you can have access. Maybe people should get a membership so that when we do go to another place to have this kind of content spoken out in broader terms, maybe you should have a membership so that you can have easy access to it, because you won't have access to it if you don't have a membership.
Well, Archangel Garrus Valkyrian, Beldar Conehead, Quatu. You know what? You guys should all become Super No Maniacs so we can deliver this type of content to you. Whether the Atlas 31 turns green, red, you know, it's like Red Hulk, or blue, like Blue Hulk, or any other potential colors of the rainbow. It would be good to deliver that information to you in a conscientious manner. So stay tuned for new developments, A, with Atlas 31, and B, with the Nomad Network.
All right.
Hey, I got a question though, real quick. Beldar, what's up with Connie? How's she doing?
Oh, see,
hey.
shout out to the missus.
You know what I mean? Because now if they're friendly aliens and they want to come down and procreate, let's go.
All right.
You know
So
what I mean?
as we leave this content and as we leave this conversation, let me end it right with this. And just so you guys know that I was dead ass serious when I tell you, grab you a membership for only $8 if that's what you have, man. It only costs you 99 cents per month. It's going to be worth it. If you like that content that we just did about that kind of subject and all other subjects, there's going to be doors for you to go into in this space. That you can talk about bears, you can talk about aliens, you can talk about doomsday preppers. We will have that available to you. Grab that membership now. I'm telling you, grab it now, because it ain't gonna be 99 cents forever. I'm just telling you right now. Grab it now while it's available. Grab it. And so you can have these conversations. And I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna go after some qualified people to talk about these things so that people can open their minds to conversations that aren't, rigmarole, normal stuff. So just letting you know, man, you grab your membership right now. It's easy. Go to the channel, scan this code right here, and take you right where you need to be. Go to membership and just join. And you're going to have easy access to it. And we'll be probably debuting that within about a week or so. I'm telling you now. Go ahead, Kez. Any final thoughts before we get out of here?
I really want to read this Scrolls comment, but I'm not going to. It's hilarious. So I do want to give a little shout out to Chris Foster for showing up at the very tail end and catching the aliens piece, which is perfectly timed. You missed my poignant discussion as to why Ryan Poles should be ran out of town, but hey, that's me. Kind of been on that particular riot for about 3 years running here now, but here we are, and all we can hope is that somehow, now that he's been extended, that he can also be expected to fix it. And what's funny to me is I think he's been pretty quiet this last little while, but you think you might want to come out and say something if after 50 burger. But yeah, so we've all got our fill of 50 burger. Hopefully we don't have to eat that particular meal moving forward. Big shout outs to everybody in the chat for spending y'all Wednesday night with us. Clean up until 1:15 on the East Coast. I gotta go get myself some sleep. Hey, that's baby kids, man.
Gotta get the baby kids Zerberts.
He needs work with the feet, but he's a cute guy. So don't judge his feet. He's a cute kid. But he's also got a channel, so by all means, go check out his channel at Keds the Canuck. We are triple streaming, y'all. This is beautiful with Trips, Keds, and Nomad rocking the show all together. 3 ways to rock. Give us a little bit of love and give us hey, what?
Hey, you got them wipes yet, man?
What? Not for what? What am I wiping? I can't just like you using that just every day when you go to the toilet.
I'm just saying, yes, sir. Every time,
For real?
every freaking time, cuz
Damn, that's
every time, man. Would you get this through his head, Trips? Because I cannot. You wipe every fucking time.
What happened to toilet paper?
What's wrong with you, man?
What's wrong with toilet paper?
You live in a cave?
I ain't used toilet paper in years.
Don't cook toilet paper in the cave.
Tell him something. Would you tell him something, Trips, man? Golly.
You haven't used toilet
I don't
paper
know.
in years.
Nah, I got a bidet.
When everybody when COVID hit and everybody went to the store and there was riots and fights over toilet paper.
Nah, before I had a bidet, and like when I don't use a bidet, I use wipes.
You French.
Wipes. You know, not baby wipes or adult wipes, whatever the fuck you want to call them, but those moisture shits that you can wipe your shit with. Cause toilet paper, all that's doing is smearing the situation.
There's a Cameron song about this.
I
Damn. Anyways,
don't understand at this point, after this kind of shit right here, where people joking on you, why you still that's criminal, man.
it certainly is. So
Criminal.
you think that peer pressure?
Oh, over.
If I gave in to peer pressure, I would be a drug addict. You know what I'm saying? Like it's about that simple. So I buy the stuff.
I'm just telling you what
it's
your
called toilet
girlfriend.
paper. That's what I used to wipe my ass.
What your
I don't know
girlfriend.
what I don't know what you need.
This is your girlfriend when she go in the bathroom after you.
That's all right. That's
You
not
see
my
your
problem.
flaws and everything, man.
That's not my problem. I done my business. If she wants to have her own problems in the bathroom, that's her business to manage. She can manage that. There's no like.
You need to be locked up some fucking where, man.
I certainly don't. I don't know what happened to you or why toilet paper isn't good enough for you. I don't understand. You must, like I say, you must have stock in the Johnson & Johnson's
All I'm trying to tell
organization.
you is that it's not enough. Can't you get it? It's not enough, man.
I don't. Why isn't it enough for you? What's going on in your drawers?
When's the last time you looked at your underwear when you took them out?
Oh Lord,
Why wouldn't I look at my underwear?
that should be every day, every time.
Every
Why
time I
wouldn't I
get
look-
out the toilet, I look at my underwear.
Are you streaking every time you come out? You take
I'm
a
trying
shit?
to make sure that I'm not.
So you need wet wipes to determine whether you streak or not.
Well, no,
I'm-
wet wipes determine that you don't streak because ain't nothing there to streak
And
because
sure
you wipe
as
all
if
the
you do.
streaks
I
off.
use toilet paper and I wipe my ass effectively. I don't go around streaking. What's wrong with you? Do you have diarrhea all the time?
Kids don't eat.
Are you squirting? Are you squirting when you fart all the time?
Need to be
Well,
locked
Hershey
up.
squirts. I mean, sometimes Hershey squirts come out. You
Are
don't
you
know
Hershey
why.
squirting, brother? Like I don't
You
understand.
can't
what the name
always
is.
project how you gonna squirt or not gonna squirt. You don't.
Well,
know.
yeah, you can. You can like not squirt, or you can squirt. If you're
No, you don't just not squirt.
But so like in that situation, that's an accident. So you have your little accident and you take care of your business. You wash yourself up. You do what you got to do. Like if you have an accident, wet wipes ain't like you know what I'm saying. Wet wipes ain't saving you from shitting your pants if you Hershey squirt. You're squirting. That's what's in your drawers.
Dog, I'm just telling you, kids, you need your ass whooped at this point.
There's no way I'm buying into the fucking bullshit you're selling.
You need your
There's
ass
no way. I've been wiping my ass for 40 plus years with toilet paper, and that it's somehow
you're a grown ass man out here with no baby wipes.
the word baby is in the product.
They got other ones called
Wipes
dude
for
Well, that's
babies,
why I said
not for
adult.
grown ass
They
men.
got other
Where
ones
it would
called
be
dude
called
wipes.
grown ass
If you feel
men
better,
wipes.
buy the dude wipes. They got those.
These are
too.
for children, bro.
They
I don't know
for
what you're
Adult
doing.
wipes and, does that
I
make
don't
you
know
feel
what you're
better? Adult
eating.
wipes.
man.
I don't know what you're eating or why you're shitting your pants all the time. but
Cheese, man, cheese.
You need to carry wet wipes around with you, but that's cool. I know how to wipe my ass and not shit my pants. I'm okay. I'm doing great. I don't know what's going on in your shorts.
All I know is your laundry is a fucking disaster.
But it isn't though. I don't require wipes. You clearly do, so we know that your laundry is definitely a disaster. It's a disaster to the point that you're stockpiling baby wipes to wipe your ass with. You're not even using them to wipe your hands. You're wiping your ass with this stuff.
We're talking about 15 years. My laundry has not been a disaster because I have baby wipes or dude wipes.
But you're still so you're saying dude wipes have prevented you somehow from shitting your pants?
That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. You need your ass.
It's exactly what I'm telling you. If you're shitting your pants, you're shitting your pants. That's on you. I don't know what you're eating. I ain't out there shitting my pants, so I don't need dude wipes.
Hey,
you need to check yourself and what you're putting in your body.
Yes.
That boy got some crumbs, don't he?
Hey man, he got some what do you call it? The dingleberries.
I don't know what you're eating.
You know what I mean? It's like, but I ain't in that. That's between him and Mrs. Kids.
I don't know what you're eating.
Because when Mrs. Kids do the laundry, you know she be cussing.
I don't know what I'm just saying, bro. I don't know what Nomad's been eating, man. I don't know what
we'll work with baby kids. We can at least put some wipes on him, man.
And get those servers though.
He's a baby. He can't wipe his own ass. I'm a grown ass man.
Take care of that for him.
I can wipe my ass.
We're gonna teach him early.
I don't know what your problem is.
We're gonna teach him early to be civilized.
I'm not sure why you need the sexy wetness of child wipes, but learn how to wipe your ass and you'll be good, man. You need a class. You need a class.
It's such a joy.
Do I need to teach you how to wipe your ass with toilet paper?
It's joy to get off a toilet and know that there's nothing there when you're done. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That I'm really worried about you. You can't wipe your ass with toilet paper. Like I know your mama knows what's up, but your mama didn't teach you how to wipe your own ass.
Oh man.
You have to get it. You have to go and get a secondary device
for real, man.
To wipe your ass later on.
Give you shout outs. Give you shout outs. I didn't piss you off. My fault.
Shout out to Nomad's mama who didn't teach him to wipe his fucking ass.
Oh damn!
Now you don't
shout out to my mama who taught me how to wipe my black ass with toilet paper, as well as every other person in my family how to wipe their fucking ass. Like we all know how to wipe our ass. We don't walk around with Dookie in our shorts.
I'm gonna quit.
You clearly got Dookie in your shorts.
Underwear talking about.
You need to manage the Dookie in your shorts with additional wipes. My man going to the KFC and getting wet wipes when he takes his shit.
Oh, you
gotta go to the KFC and ask him for fucking finger licking good wet wipes to wipe his butt.
He hot. I
don't get it.
He slapped your mama sauce hot right now, y'all.
I don't get it.
Drag races in his drawers.
My drawers are good though. This is the funny part about it. My drawers.
Are you talking to me? Tripp's trying to tell you the same goddamn thing. Get you some damn wipes, man.
I don't know why both y'all shit in your pants all the time that you need wipes for.
No, not shit.
You got your
shit.
So you're telling me in your house neither one of you have toilet paper?
I do not own a roll of toilet paper.
If you have a bidet, that's okay.
Well, I have a bidet, and on the back of the tank of the toilet, I have a pack of I guess you call them baby wipes, but they're big ass. You know, it looks like a thing of Kleenex, but they're wipes. But they just chill back there next to a box of Kleenex. You know, but they just chill there because I have a bidet.
Are you just telling me like nobody in the United States of America uses toilet paper anymore?
Oh, I'm sure they do, but I'm worried
just
about
you two don't use toilet paper.
How about kids? Have you ever considered you the fucked up one?
No, but you definitely have. Wiping your ass with baby wipes from the KFC.
Stop resisting,
KFC wipe your ass.
Well, yeah, because you got to unfold them like 100 times. But once you get them open, you know, you can get a couple wipes in there. You get enough where it's like, all right, I'm clean.
And so how frequently do you wind up fingering your asshole with the slickness?
Oh, Lord.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's unheard of.
Hey,
I'm just saying, how frequently does that happen?
I would say less than the amount of times you don't put your finger through that thin ass toilet paper when you up in there.
Yeah, okay. All right. I guess 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. Either way, you're washing your fingers.
I know what I'm getting you for Christmas, man. Let's just leave it there.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what I'm getting you for Christmas?
Don't be mad, man. Stop being like that, kids.
Oh, you're doing me a favor. What? I shouldn't be mad. I'm getting you a middle finger for Christmas. I'm
Stop doing that, kid.
I'm
Look
wrapping
at
that
this
shit up.
grown
I'm
ass
sending it
message.
to you
You
in a
gotta
minute.
wash your ass.
That's what you're getting for Christmas, motherfucker. This fucking guy.
All right, kids.
All right, man. Finish your shout-outs, man.
Yeah, hurry up.
That's my shout outs. My shout outs is Merry fucking Christmas. That's my fucking shout-out.
All right, now that kids is done. For those of you still with us, in 4 minutes after we're off of here, go to Shea Trips with Chef Trips or at Chef Trips there on YouTube, because the Wendy's chili video recipe is going live at 12:30 in just a few minutes. So Chef Trips will be in the chat, building with any and everyone. And shout out to all the ladies. Shout out to Young Trip. And to everyone who has become a subscriber at Sports Chicago Style. We're about to break 100. You know what I'm saying? We got 93. Oh, sucky now. So 100 and then 1 million before you know it. So get down there with Chef Trips, with Coach Tripping and Trip. Big up to all of them. And be on the lookout. Our next video will be the pregame for the Dallas Cowboys Chicago Bear matchup this Sunday. So we'll be putting that together for you in the next day or two. And make sure you are subscribed, Sports Chicago Style, so you can be a part of the community, as well as Shea Trips with Chef Trips and Trip Kundo. Much appreciated. And for those of you who have not done so yet, please join in.
Hey, kids, don't you say nothing else about my mama here.
Uh-oh.
Not another word. You see how she is, man.
Got a straight razor and a 38.
Don't you say nothing else, man. She gonna fuck you up.
A Saturday night special.
No. Don't you say nothing else.
See right there in the pocket on her house coat.
She ain't got no problem with jail, man. She used to it. Just let
Been there before.
Well,
Kind of comfortable.
Watch your mouth.
She won't know how to wipe her ass in there. They
watch
only
your
got
mouth.
toilet paper in
You
there.
said kid better watch his mama. Fuck him up.
I'm just saying.
Just letting you know, man, about
All
mama.
got is toilet paper in there.
Mama ain't playing now. Mama ain't playing. Just letting you know. All right, we're gonna get kids some
Mama
white.
don't take no mess.
We're gonna get kids some whites for Christmas.
Mama don't.
We're gonna get it right. We
No
cannot
mess.
continue moving forward like this, man. You cannot live life like that.
I'm super worried about why
Especially
you
with
worried
the
about
aliens
somebody
coming.
else's ass, though. Yeah, because he's waiting for some probes. Is that what's going on? You're making sure you're ready for probing?
Now he's making sure you're ready for probing.
Oh, okay. So he wants. Okay, that makes sense. He's already ready for probing.
Hey kids, you keep that up, they definitely gonna leave you, bro. They're gonna leave you.
all the better.
They're gonna leave you alone.
You want them to take you and probe you?
No,
This is the weirdest conversation of all time, bro.
You in trouble, man. You not living right, man. You are not living right.
My
I
guy's
just want to
ready
be
for alien
probed.
ass probing. He's prepping.
I
himself,
just want to
and
be
he wants me to
probed.
also be ready for alien ass probing. Hence the Atlas 31 show. Come check us out. Get your memberships. Get yourself primed for probing.
Hey, come check it out, man. Hey, last time before we get out of here, grab that membership. Probably the last time I'm gonna tell you. Probably one more time Sunday, and after that, I ain't saying it no more. Grab that membership. Grab the membership. Grab the membership, because we about to open up the door to a whole lot more content, whole lot more fun content. I think you guys are gonna love it. Kez is trying to tell you guys earlier when he was excited. That's real with him. I know that guy well, and it's real. So he's trying to tell you something. Grab that membership. Even if we're not on the show, all you got to do is turn this thing on, scan this code, and go to the channel. Get yourself a membership. Once you hit that membership, it will take you everywhere you need to go, and it's easy from there. You don't need us from that point. But thank you all for being here. This is fun, like it's always been. This is a show that I always love to do, and it always hurts to have to get off and close out the show, and I freaking hate it because this is fun. You know, we poking kids a little bit, but he knows we love. It's just
what we like to do around here. Have a little good time at the expense of each other at times. And, you know, it's all good and fun, man. I hope you guys had a good time because I know I did. And, you know, this Bears thing is going to be fine. We just need to get past the rocky road right now. And that ain't fun right now. And we hate it. And so be good, you guys. Be good to each other. Be nice. Help people out. Be joyful in life. Don't be hateful. Don't be hating. And don't be following people that do that kind of thing. Find things that are loving. Find things that are respectful. Find things that help you elevate and ascend in life instead of keeping you in a space where you're angry, mad, and just ranting and raving all the time. Don't you get tired of that fucking shit? I get tired of seeing you guys ranting and raving. Find you something happy. Find you some joy and stick to it. That's just my advice to you all. It's personal, and I would love to see people be better and have a better time in life. And we'll just leave that there. But before we leave here, I got to leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are